Good morning, distinguished guests, delegates, and speakers. Welcome to the second Asia-Pacific E-Commerce Policy Summit. We begin with our inaugural session themed Vision for Advancing APAC's Digital Trade Ecosystem. This session will state the stage for the summit, outlining a bold vision for advancing our region's digital trade, emphasizing digital inclusion, and fostering international cooperation. I would now like to invite all our distinguished speakers for this session to please join us on the dais. Please welcome Dr. Shekhar, Aiyar, Director and CEO, ICRIER. We now welcome Dr. Pramod, Bhasin, Chairman, ICRIER. Next, we have Co-Chair, Ms. Mikiko Tanaka, Director, South and Southwest Asia Sub-Regional Office, UNESCAP-SSWA. And can we have a round of applause for her? Without her efforts, this summit would not have been possible. To deliver the first special address, can I please have Her Excellency, Mrs. Chea Ratha, Secretary of State, Ministry of Commerce, Royal Government of Cambodia. I would now like to welcome Srimati Carolyn Deshmukh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. And can we have a round of applause? Ma'am agreed to come in the last minute because Amit Yadav could not come because of a personal emergency. She only decided to come this morning. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can I now invite Dr. Sasmit Patra, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. I would also now like to welcome Mr. Aman Jain, Director of Public Policy, Amazon India, on the stage, please. Okay, Mr. Aman Jain will join us in some time. I think he's stuck in traffic. Dr. Aiyar, over to you. Can we please request you to felicitate the guests? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't know if you can put it through. You can do this if you already are. I can take it.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Shekhar, Aiyar, and it's a pleasure to be here today. This is actually my first day at ICRIER, so I'm learning the ropes as we go along. And it's a true pleasure to be here at this very important event. To give you a brief background, ICRIER, established in 1981, is an independent policy think tank that works closely with the Government of India on a wide range of policy-related issues. We are delighted to be hosting the second Asia-Pacific E-Commerce Policy Summit, along with ESCAP, Sub-Regional Office for South and Southwest Asia, in collaboration with our knowledge partners, Startup India, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, MSI Group, Amazon India, and Express Industry Council of India. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their continued support in organizing this event. The APAC region is an engine of economic growth, with market value projected to exceed $6.1 trillion by 2030. The region contributes approximately 62% of the world's gross domestic product, 48% of world trade, and hosts some of the highest growing economies of the world. Yet, there are limited platforms within APAC that provide opportunities for policy interaction and consultation on trade-related issues, such as digitization of trade, e-commerce, and the integration of marginalized communities into trade platforms. In this context, the summit aims to create a platform for policymakers, industry experts, academics, and stakeholders to explore policy trends, discuss innovative strategies, and identify new growth opportunities. By fostering discussion between policymakers and stakeholders, the summit aims to empower business people, strengthen digital trade, and promote inclusive growth. Over the next 2 days, the sessions will focus on promoting digital inclusion and women's empowerment, enabling the use of e-commerce platforms to help Indian exporters access global markets through the promotion of geographical indication and one district, one product products, supporting the countries to transition to paperless trade to reduce trade costs, facilitating cross-border technology sharing and investment, and strengthening both hard and soft infrastructure to facilitate MSME integration into global value chains. Discussions will also cover regulatory issues, strategies to build consumer trust, and mechanisms to ensure the secure sharing of data across borders. Finally, the impact of modern technology like artificial intelligence will be explored, particularly its potential to enhance trade facilitation, logistics, digital inclusion, and to support MSMEs in expanding their global reach. I look forward to 2 days of insightful and impactful discussions. Thank you all for being here and for your continued engagement in shaping a more inclusive and digitally empowered trade ecosystem. Now, may I invite Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Chairman of ICRIER, to take over the session.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
It's a pleasure to be here and to see all of you bright and early. The traffic has been horrendous outside. It took me forever to get here. I hope it wasn't the same with all of you. My very warm welcome to all of you, particularly to all our guests on the dais, our co-host, Shekhar has gone through them. And actually, if I may be allowed to do so, a particularly warm welcome to Shekhar himself, this is his first session, first day, first show right now. He has just joined us. Shekhar comes to us from the IMF in Washington, and we are very delighted and proud to have him here as part of this. We're also very, very proud, of course, to be able to host the e-commerce policy summit with UNESCAP Sub-Regional Office and in partnership with the other people we've mentioned. This is particularly unique honor. We had a similar forum last year in 2024, and we are continuing that. I won't go through all the other details, Shekhar, that you've just talked about, but certainly what is of importance and interest is the fact that all of us around this world in these most turbulent of all times are having to think about who are our future partners, where do we build our future relationships, how do we explore and expand new markets. Necessarily, and by habit, I think, not necessarily, but more by habit perhaps, or language, or whatever it may be, and maybe the size of the markets, we have always looked west. Inevitably, I would say in India, for instance, in our startup world, in the e-commerce world, a lot of our influence has come from the West. I suspect that is true for many of the regional countries that we work with as well. And yet, we have underwhelmed the power of what we have collectively together in APAC, in the APAC region. There is so much more that we could do in a wide variety of areas. And when I think about all the startups, all the unicorns, all the e-commerce companies, all the trade that could happen between our countries, we can't help but feel that we have perhaps not maximized its potential. And I hope this is an opportunity for us to get together, to discuss what we can do and change the course and direction of that level of cooperation. There are many, many things that we can do so well together as the fastest growing region in the world. We also have the largest population, the fastest growing region, a huge amount of global trade, as Shekhar just mentioned, at 40%, and a 6.41 trillion e-commerce sector by 2030. We account for 58% of the retail e-commerce sector in the world. That is an astonishing number given the size of our economies and the fact that we don't represent that large a number in terms of total trade. But trade and technology, which we tend to embrace, I think, very quickly and very well across our region, will be the key drivers. As we think about loosening the barriers amongst our countries, loosening the way we work, e-commerce will be a particularly bold and clear direction in which we can facilitate this. In particular, what is of very, very great importance here is our focus on the digital empowerment of women. That part has not, digital inclusion has often not been as favorable as it should have been, not been perhaps as fair, and has not allowed many of the minority groups, and certainly women, to participate in this trade as much as possible. Our focus on trying to make sure that that happens, to make sure that we can facilitate this, will be extremely valuable. Another element that I think we all need to work on very extensively is the very simple fact that all our countries have different rules, different barriers, different ways of exporting, different controls, different checks. Yet, as we know, technology, particularly with the advent of AI, knows no boundaries. It doesn't need a visa to travel. It doesn't need anything else to facilitate, particularly in the exchange of services, for instance, where services can be bought and sold across the world very, very easily at this point in time. So we need to change the way we think about trade itself in many, many ways. That has been a recurring theme that I've thought about for a long time, that we need to change the way we think about trade, because certainly we have lived with a certain way of trade and export and barriers and tariffs and everything else. And at this point in time, I think the world is shifting and moving very quickly. We also need, for our own sakes, for the sake of our independence and our economic growth, to create new markets for ourselves, to work with each other far more in far stronger fashion than we have ever done before, and to help open up markets as we go forward. Because without that, I think in this extremely turbulent world, I think we run the risk of perhaps losing out in ways that we could not imagine. We're delighted to invite, we have over 200 people here, in policymakers, industry leaders, academicians, all of them to come together to participate, to collaborate, to promote inclusive and sustainable growth. However, the fact is that, across many barriers, cumbersome paperwork, across multiple exports and import clearance is a major cost for exporters and importers. And I hope we will spend a little bit of time thinking about how can we change that. Out of the SDG goals that we talk about, perhaps one of the pieces that is most underrated is the partnership for goals element, which comes in, which suggests that we need to work together far, far more. With that, I won't go on further. You have many more eminent panelists here who are far better at speaking about this than I ever will be. But all I can say is, as we think about the growth of our industries, as we think about e-commerce growth in our countries, I hope we can do much more together, because I quite often feel as I travel around the region that perhaps we have more to learn from each other than we do ever. We have more to share in terms of the kind of work that we could do. We have more trade to do, which could expand significantly. We have a greater need. We are all and many of us are developing nations in many ways. And there is much we could learn from each other to adapt and build models that suit our economies perhaps better than what we have perhaps discovered looking westwards all the time. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope you will find it an enriching and enjoyable day and couple of days over here at this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhasin, for your wise words. Can I now please invite Ms. Mikiko Tanaka for her address?
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure for me to be here from UNESCAP, and welcome to you all. Really a privilege, honored, and also pleasure to partner with ICRIER. on this theme, which is very dear to our heart in ESCAP, this e-commerce, and particularly for women, as our organization, our sub-regional office has been working over the past few years on really empowering women through e-commerce in South Asia with a lot of women association partners. So yes, as was already mentioned, there's a lot of knowledge in this room, and it's not just from South Asia, it's also from other parts of Asia too. And it'll be really exciting to hear, you know, what's working, what are challenges. And I just wanted to share maybe a 1 cent or a 1 rupee, actually, is that through our experience and observing, I think also, you know, some of our trainings and the participants coming through the women's e-commerce training in our sub-region, I think it's important to look at both formal and informal systems together. Because, you know, again, for everybody anywhere in the world, there are formal systems, you know, institutions or laws or registrations, these procedures, private sector, for instance, that is extremely important and helps us to get jobs or do business. But there's a lot of informal parts. And of course, you know, in South Asia, many parts of Asia, you know, the informal sector is actually the engine of the economies, right? And in the society too, there are so many informal norms and, you know, which are not even the same, and some are invisible too. But these create barriers for women in particular. And, you know, SDG 5 is a gender equality goal, and across the world, it's the same. It's these traditional norms that tend to, you know, privilege men because they were in very powerful positions to make the rules of the game everywhere. So the informal systems, however the formal can, you know, function, I think it is important. The formal part also works too with really smart policies that break through, you know, these barriers. I think in, you know, India, the Aadhaar system has really kind of broken through lots of barriers, allowing access to many who in the past were invisible. But that alone is not enough. It does need to also take into consideration the informal part. And what does that mean? What I've, you know, learned over the years around how to succeed in business, and really, I've never done business myself. I'll be terrible in it. I don't know how to do business. But nonetheless, you know, what I've learned about business, and actually I think it corresponds to any sector, even in, you know, international organizations or government institutions or whatever. You know, there's this kind of informal mentoring, coaching networks that allow, you know, people to, you know, break through, learn the, you know, the rules of the game, how to do business. And I mean, in the past, I've also heard in the West, I don't know if you know, use it here, the old boys club. And we used to use it in the UN system too, right? That, okay, in order to get up, break through to managerial positions, you know, get to the top, advance your career, it's not enough to just apply to positions and hope that, okay, there will be a transparent process. Since a lot of the decision makers or the hiring, you know, interviewers were largely male, even in the UN, that there are biases that are very, you know, kind of invisible, but also very there because it's defined by the social norms and it's no one's fault. That's how we're brought up. So in order to break through the old boys club, and there are very good old boys too that really support women to come in, but the experiences of women are very different too. And I'm not saying there's one experience for every woman too, but it's the same way. It's not one experience for every boy, right? So, but it is important to have that critical mass of women in, you know, who have succeeded, but also have failed and somehow overcome it, to learn the lessons, to share the lessons, to mentor, to coach. And really, you know, I think that whole informal system, you know, in any location, community level or business context or a country policy making is absolutely important. And, you know, it's really, you know, heartwarming and inspiring to see so many successful women actually in South Asia and Asia, how to scale it up, how to really open that space for more women to come in. And again, you know, I mean, mix, of course, course, with the male counterparts as well. So I really want to also hone in on that, informal part as being a consideration in the formal part too, and as part of policy making and policy implementation. And one last thing about policies is that it takes time for people to understand what the policy is and how to make use of it. And of course, with all the barriers, women often are the last to learn about a policy, which may have been put in place, 3 years ago when a new government came on board, right? So the continuity of good policies and also, incentives, programs, that's also important, because by the time somebody catches up and say, this might be useful for my business, if it changes, then again, back to square one. So that's one little thing I'd like to add, but really look forward to the exchanges and learning together. Thank you once again for collaborating with us, ICRIER, really wonderful, and all of you to join this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experience. We hope we can turn policy to action very soon. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Chea Ratha to the stage, please. Anything that's comfortable. Yes, ma'am, you can do that.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished Chair, Mr. Pramod, Bhasin, Mikiko, team host of ICRIER, UNESCAP, MSR Group, honorable representative from the Ministry, policymaker. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Industry leader and delegate from across Asia. I'm honored to join with you today on the second Asia Pacific E-commerce Policy Summit together with a colleague from across the region, also from Korea. I met with him this morning. On behalf of our Ministry of Commerce, Kingdom of Cambodia, I extend our warm appreciation to our host for providing a virtual platform for regional dialogue, policy alignment, and the partnership. Amid the rapid technology disruption and evolving global dynamic, the theme of Vision for Advancing APAC's digital trade ecosystem resonates deeply with Cambodia development vision. It challenges us to aim for innovation into inclusion and to ensure digital trade become the driver's share and the sustainable growth. This summit is also aligned with our Cambodia second digital trade forum and online expo that is hosted by Ministry of Commerce on September 12 and 13 of this year under the theme Advancing Cambodia Future through Digital Trade. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity to briefly share about Cambodia's journey from the ancient wisdom to digital transformation that is written in the very language of number. So I will not start with the policy or strategy, but start with the number 0. In the archaeological evidence found in Ratha province revealed that K127 inscription date around 683 CE, which contained the world's oldest, earliest record 0. The small dot representing 0 carved in the stone more than 1,300 years ago, and it was found again in 2012. Symbolize humankind's ability to turn nothing into infinity, possibility. It reminds us that innovation has always been part of the Khmer identity. Today, we build our digital economy. We once again translate the ancient concept into the modern value, transforming digital 0 and 1 into the opportunity, inclusion, and the progress for our people. Cambodia, as you know, that is a small country with only 17.9 million population, with a median age of 26 years old. We deeply value peace because our modern journey began from a 0 in 1979 after the nearly 4 years of Khmer Rule regime. As you may have known, that is killed over 2 million people, our smart innovator of Cambodian people. So emerging from the year of hardship, we build by leapfrogging, embracing technology to accelerate inclusion and international renewal. That same spirit embodied in our KHQR system developed by the National Bank of Cambodia. It unites digital payment across all banks and financial institutions under a single KHQR code standard, one code, one nation, and one network of opportunity. Today, KHQR code and the Bakong have proceeded more than 30 US billion in digital transaction, connecting millions of Cambodians to the formal economy, reducing cash dependency, and supporting regional interoperability with Asian neighbors. From the ancient zero to the KHQR code, digital zero, Cambodia's message is clear. Even a small nation can make a vast impact when peace, innovation, and people potential converge. So as you heard earlier that across the Asia Pacific, digital trade continue to redefine competitiveness. UNTAC 2024 estimate that the regional digital delivery export reached 958 billion, grow at 9% annually, faster than the global average. Escape report that the merchandise export rose 8.6% in 2024, while Asian digital economy has already surpassed the 300 billion and on track to hit 1 trillion in 2030. For Cambodia, these regional dynamics enforce our commitment to make digital trade pillar of inclusive growth. Under the visionary leadership of Her Excellency Juniper, our Minister of Commerce, we have put into a digital tool such as Cambodia Trade Policy Framework toward 2030, refining by the integrated 5 pillar, chart our course toward the open digital inclusive economy, aligned with our newly developed digital trade strategy, which anchor in royal government, border, Pentagon strategy phase 1, with the pillar 5 of digital economy and society underscore the kingdom commitment to accelerating digital transformation effort. This strategy is a roadmap for Cambodia by 2030 to cultivate highly competitive and internationally integrated digital trade environment with a robust infrastructure, efficient cross-border mechanism, and trusted ecosystem. For the business and consumer, it built on our ICT master plan, our digital economy and society framework, and the other initiative. So at the heart of this digital transformation, we also have a digital public infrastructure called DPI, connecting government, business, and citizens through the secure, interoperable system. We have the core CamDX, which is Cambodia Data Exchange, which is enable real-time secure data sharing across ministry, reducing processing time and the cost for business registration, licensing, and custom. And we also have CamDigiKey, which is our national digital ID, provide verified credential for citizens and enterprise to access public and private services. And we recently have launched a verify.gov.kh, even timorously also connected with our verify.com to authenticate official documents such as certificate of origin, business licenses, boosting confidence and trade documentation. So together, these DPI elements form the backbone of our digital commerce and fintech ecosystem, linking e-payment, e-logistics, and a paperless trade into the trust digital corridor. So at the Ministry of Commerce, our vision on the digital trade is becoming reality by through platform and partnership. A few years ago, we launching our CambodiaTrade.com. It's a national government B2B, B2C marketplace, develop a partnership with the Enhanced Integrated Network, UNDP, and the private sector. This is a free platform for give Cambodian SME a virtual storefront and reach domestic global buyer. Today, we have only about 190 vendors, but it's all registered and trusted vendor that they can export domestically and internationally. As well as we are partner with Women Entrepreneur Association, with a program like such as SPEC, which is Small Package Export Champion, that train the certified top micro exporter, giving them a skill, recognize and compete globally. As well as our digital trade strategy, we're focusing on skill for digital trade, that delivering training on e-commerce, operation, digital marketing, cybersecurity and logistics, and by promoting digital ID and e-invoicing and AI-based tool for SME. As we know that regionally, Cambodia is aligned with the international framework that benefit for our seller. We have carried out our legal technical readiness under UNESCAP framework on cross-border paperless trade and the active participant of negotiating with DEFA, ASEAN Digital Economic Framework Agreement. Those are the require us to move to a paperless digital trade process. To the end, we are formally request UNESCAP to assist us in assessing our cross-border paperless trade system and to ensure our law, custom, procedure, and IT infrastructure met with the latest standard. So this effort showing that Cambodia expanding rapidly. The revenue on e-commerce is over 1.5 billion in 2024 and project to reach 1.8 billion by 2029. But as you know that Cambodia's market still very small, it's only 1.3% of the Asian market, which is meaning that we have a lot of room to grow and expand. So Cambodia stands ready to work hand in hand with our regional partner to advance trust, inclusive, and sustainable digital trade ecosystem, one where the smallest enterprise can access the widest market. Together, let us turn into velocity and zero into opportunity, forging Asia-Pacific digital future, where every nation, large or small, prosper through innovation and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your continued support. Pam has been with us from the first edition as well, and her insights as a woman entrepreneur and a policymaker is always invaluable to our sessions. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite Srimati Carolyn Deshmukh for her address.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Mr. Shekhar, Aiyar, Director and CE ICRIER, Mr. Pramod, Bhasin, Chairman ICRIER, Shri Sasmat Patra, Honorable Member of Parliament, Her Excellency Mrs. Chea Ratha, Mrs. Mikiko Tanaka, Director, South and Southwest Asia Sub-Regional Office, UNESCAP-SSWA, and Mr. Aman Jain. Let me tell you, I'm here today to, in place of Shri Amit Yadav, my secretary. He was called away on family emergency, and he has prepared a message to be delivered here. So I'll just read that. But before that, I'd just like to inform that at the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, we deal with the welfare of the scheduled castes, the OBCs, the other backward castes, senior citizens, victims of substance abuse, beggars, transgenders, and Safai Karamcharis. That means the sewer workers and all that. So basically, the most marginalized people, the population of India. And if we look at, say, we look at 16, 17% of SCs and OBCs, I mean, we really don't know what the number is, but it is supposed to be more than 50%. Then we look at the number of senior citizens, then we have a huge number of people which the department caters to. So going back to the message that my secretary has prepared, other representatives from governments, international organizations, industry leaders, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege to address a platform that plays a pivotal role in exemplifying the spirit of regional cooperation, innovation, and growth. In a diverse nation with a vast population, ensuring inclusion is not just a matter of social justice, but also a necessity for growth and development. Inclusion is imperative for the socio-economically disadvantaged groups so that they can take part in society by enjoying the same rights, privileges, and opportunities as others. Progress is measured in the shared dignity of human and sustainable development goals. Stand steadfast in achieving inclusive growth. Over the past decade, India has emerged as the fastest growing major economy in the world. India's digital economy already contributes nearly 12% to the national income and is expected to contribute almost 1/5 by 2030. The discussion today is not merely about trade, commerce, or technology, it is about transformation. It is also about how India is using digital innovations as powerful tools in advancing social justice, inclusion, and empowerment across our societies. Most significantly, India has shown to the world that the digital public infrastructure can help cut across the challenges of regional disparities, urban-rural gaps, and social inequalities to ensure access and affordability of all services to all sections of the society, especially the weaker sections and low-income groups. Digital India Initiative has made digital transformation a living reality that is redefining the development narrative. Over the past decade, India has built one of the most dynamic digital ecosystems in the world, supported by a robust digital public infrastructure to support its sustainable development goals. The India Stack, comprising of Aadhaar, world's largest digital identity program, the UPI for seamless payments, and the DigiLocker for secure document storage, has democratized access to essential services. In August 2025, the system processed more than 20 billion transactions worth over 24.85 lakh crore, powering small businesses, street vendors, and even rural households that had never before engaged with digital banking. India Stack has been used as a platform to foster innovation, expand markets, close gaps in financial inclusion, boost government revenue collection, and improve public expenditure efficiency. Effective adoption of the digital public infrastructure requires not only robust infrastructure, but also active participation from citizens, community workers, and healthcare providers. The Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile, the JAM Trinity, has brought over 56 crore previously unbanked Indians into the formal financial system. Direct benefit transfers have empowered citizens to receive their entitlements transparently and swiftly. More than 65 lakh students belonging to scheduled caste communities from across the country are provided scholarships through DBT, direct benefit transfer, in their Aadhaar-seeded bank accounts each year. Scholarships, pensions, subsidies are now credited directly into the beneficiaries' bank accounts, ensuring transparency, reducing leakages, and empowering scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other disadvantaged groups to access their entitlements with dignity. At about 350 government schemes now operate through DBT, making governance faster, more accountable, and inclusive. Portals such as the National Scholarship Portal have brought digital inclusion to vulnerable groups. The National Scholarship Portal also allows students from scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, minorities, and economically weaker sections to apply for and track scholarships seamlessly online, removing the traditional barriers of geography, paperwork, and middlemen. Like our Excellency has said about her country, where digital platforms ensures that barriers are brought down. Today, India has second largest network of internet and smartphone users globally. This reflects a remarkable narrowing of the digital divide made possible through affordable data, expanding telecom coverage, and digital skilling efforts at the grassroots. Digital platforms and portals have become the backbone of India's inclusive digital transformation, ensuring that marginalized communities not merely are recipients of welfare, but are active participants in growth and governance. By leveraging technology, these platforms are bridging access gaps, reducing dependency on intermediaries, and delivering opportunities directly to individuals at the last mile. For transgender persons, the National Portal for Transgender Persons enables online application for identity certificates and cards, which are essential for accessing welfare schemes, healthcare, and livelihood programs. The digitalization of this process has ensured privacy, dignity, and efficiency, critical aspects for a community that has often faced systemic exclusion. E-commerce in this digital transformation journey has emerged as a great leveler, creating livelihoods, supporting entrepreneurship, and enhancing access to markets for lakhs of marginalized artisans. It is enabling a weaver in Varanasi, a potter in Kutch, or a bamboo artisan in the Northeast to reach customers across the world without leaving their village. It is helping denotified tribes, self-help groups, and women entrepreneurs to expand their enterprises beyond local boundaries. I forgot to mention that the welfare of denotified criminalized tribes also is part of the mandate of the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment. The Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, through various programs, is ensuring the marginalized groups are not left at the margins of progress. Skilling centers, targeted training modules on entrepreneurship schemes have been established to enable SC entrepreneurs and artisans to participate actively in e-commerce and digital trade. To gain from e-commerce, linking into digital platforms alone is not sufficient. We need to advance digital industrialization by building digital infrastructures and developing digital skills and capacities. The products sold on e-commerce platforms also need to be competitive in the digital world. We need to be mindful that developed countries account for a very large percentage of global e-commerce sales, and a handful of digital platforms have captured the cross-border e-commerce markets. While theoretically, digital technologies can benefit small and medium firms in developing countries through easier market access in the digital world, in practice, digital technologies and growth of super platforms have led to extreme concentration of export markets, which has affected distributional outcomes, adding to existing global inequalities. It is now extensively documented that MSMEs face considerable challenges in selling their products through online retail platforms, where the platform owner can also function as a vendor. There are financial implications of cross-border e-commerce for developing countries. The unfairly skewed distribution of rents in favor of few super platforms arising from global e-commerce is reinforced by their ability to pay little or no taxes on the profits they earn from the countries from where e-commerce exports occur. Therefore, India will have to build its digital infrastructure and design digital industrial policies, which is continuously doing so. Else, it may lose its existing export competitiveness. For India, digital technology transfers will be pivotal in bridging the digital divide and building its export competitiveness. Tulip, this is the brand which was created last year by one of our autonomous bodies, the NBC FDC, Traditional Artisans Upliftment Program. Tulip brand is an initiative aimed at empowering traditional artisans by enhancing their market reach at both national and international levels. Was recently launched with an aim to have e-platform to market products of artisans from the scheduled castes and the OBCs, sanitation workers, and persons with disabilities. Tulip is designed to bridge the gap between traditional artisans and the global marketplace by providing them with digital access, brand identity, and enhanced marketing opportunities. This initiative aligns with the vision of promoting indigenous crafts and ensuring sustainable livelihoods for artisans. Tulip will partner with leading e-commerce platforms to provide artisans with access to national and international markets, develop product catalogs, manage inventory digitally and ensure visibility under the Tulip brand. This initiative will facilitate the direct sale of artisan products, eliminating intermediaries and increasing artisans' profit margins. It will also help nano entrepreneurs get established a unified brand identity for seamless integration into the digital economy. One of the other initiatives that we're just talking and conceptualizing and in fact taking forward under the leadership of our secretary is also mentoring, hand-holding, and giving inputs to these nano entrepreneurs in quality, in design, in building their businesses and taking forward these initiatives. For vulnerable and marginalized communities, digital commerce is about access to markets, visibility, opportunity, and dignity. It bridges the physical and social distances that have historically excluded large segments of society from formal economic participation. For micro entrepreneurs, artisans, and small producers from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, e-commerce platforms have become vital gateways to sustainable livelihoods. By eliminating layers of intermediaries and geographical barriers, digital marketplaces allow them to reach customers directly, set competitive prices, and retain a greater share of income. Traditional crafts and indigenous products, once confined to local fairs, are now sold to national and global audiences through online platforms. This digital visibility not only generates income, but also preserves cultural heritage and indigenous skills. Furthermore, e-commerce has expanded financial inclusion for vulnerable sections by linking them with digital payments, credit, and insurance ecosystems. Through the UPI, the Jan Dhan accounts, and digital lending platforms, small sellers can now access markets capital, working capital, and receive instant payments and build verifiable financial history. Our commitment of the digital inclusion is not limited to ourselves. The launch of the Global Digital Public Infrastructure Repository during India's G20 presidency is a prime example how we are committed to sharing DPI solutions with the Global South. A social impact fund with commitment of $25 million will further support deployment of DPI access across developing nations and promoting inclusive global digital future. In conclusion, Digital India is the backbone of country's transformation, bridging divides, creating opportunities, and positioning India as a global leader in technology. The journey from exclusion to empowerment, from assistance to agency is being realized through the seamless integration of digital identity, financial inclusion, and equitable access to opportunity. The Government of India remains steadfast in its commitment to leveraging digital innovation for equitable growth. With the enhancement of digital public infrastructure and targeted skill development initiatives, the goal is to make every citizen not just a beneficiary, but a participant in the digital economy. When technology is not just a tool, but a transformer of governance, one that upholds dignity, creates opportunity, and secures empowerment for all. As we move forward, our vision is clear, one where every citizen and every micro, small, and medium enterprise is digitally empowered and seamlessly integrated into global value chains. It is a future driven by secure, interoperable digital public infrastructure that reduce transaction costs, promote cross-border trade, and advance the sustainable development goals. Above all, it is a future where India's innovations and inclusive digital models not only serve its 1.4 billion citizens, but also contribute meaningfully to the progress and prosperity of humanity at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We've had the pleasure of working with Amit ji in the past, and we look forward to working with you and your ministry in the future. I now invite Dr. Patra for his address.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On the dais, the distinguished chair, Mr. Pramod Bhasin ji, the co-chair, Ms. Mikiko Tanaka ji, Ms. Carolyn K. Deshmukh, Her Excellency Mrs. Chea Ratha, Mr. Shekhar, Aiyar, Mr. Aman Jain. Esteemed hosts from ICRIER, UNESCAP-SSWA, Knowledge Partners MSL, Amazon, Express Industry Council of India, policymakers, industry leaders, delegates from across the Asia-Pacific region. I thank you for inviting me for this very important summit, the second Asia-Pacific E-commerce Policy Summit, and the theme of this session being Vision for Advancing APAC's Digital Trade Ecosystem. I have 4 pages of content, but with every passing distinguished member on the dais, I saw one paragraph going. So I kept on scratching those paragraphs, and finally I'm left with very little, but saying thank you. And second, you've done a cardinal sin. Never give the floor to an Indian politician without telling him how much he has to speak. You've not given me a time. But what I'll try to do is, I'll probably stay away from the prepared text and just share some thoughts. Probably I'll play the politician here or the parliamentarian here. One of the key areas whenever we talk about in politics, Indian politics, or any politics for that matter, whether it's make India great again, MEGA, or make America great again, MAGA, everywhere it's about jobs. And usually in Indian politics, we use the 2 crore job syndrome, which a lot of the friends who are from the international delegation can be informed later by Professor Bhasin. But the fact is that, is it possible to give jobs to everyone? No. But it's possible to provide livelihoods. And that is where e-commerce comes as an enabler, which actually ensures, I come from the state of Odisha. In my state, in the 80s, something very unfortunate happened. A baby was sold because the mother could not afford food. And that came, it was from a district called as Kalahandi, and then the then Prime Minister, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, went there. And he said, I send 1 rupee and only 25 paise or 15 paise reaches the people. That was the famous statement he made then. From then on today, my state of Odisha, where I come from, is the 3rd most fiscally prudent state, has a surplus budget, today produces the largest amount of coal, iron ore, and bauxite in this country, and probably is one of the fastest growing with 7.5% to 8% per annum. But the question is development inclusive? I don't know how many of you are aware of Odisha, but recently the Honorable Prime Minister during Mann Ki Baat talked about Koraput coffee. He said that there is this beautiful coffee that is growing in the southern part of Odisha called as Koraput coffee. Can my Koraput coffee find itself in New York and San Francisco and London and Washington and any other place of the world? That is where e-commerce is possible. That is where e-commerce comes in. My artisans that are there, which works with Dokra culture, Dokra art, Sambalpuri saris, there is so much of culture that is there in my state. Can that culture find global resonance through e-commerce? And therein lies the challenge of e-commerce. E-commerce is not only about the Amazons and the Flipkarts and the Lutyens Delhi. It's about leveraging that last mile person who creates value in his village. Can that, what he creates value in his village, find itself into the global markets? If it can, then e-commerce is relevant. Otherwise, e-commerce is going to only cater to a certain segment of society. I'm very happy to say that we had something called as Mission Shakti. We've talked about women's empowerment. And my friends should look up Mission Shakti model of the state of Odisha, where more than 70 lakh women across 6 lakh self-help groups actually became more socio-economically self-independent. They tied up with Amazon, they tied up with Flipkart, they would make products, 5 lakh rupees per self-help group was given at 0% interest. And it is not about giving doles and handouts. Now, this is the trend that we have in our nation sometimes is every person 5,000 rupees. This scheme, 3,000 rupees. That scheme make her a Lakpati Didi by giving 10,000 rupees. Can a person become an entrepreneur and an enterprise owner in 10,000 rupees? No, she will use it for paying off debt, for paying off medicines, for paying off a wedding expense, or for something else. But the question is, can we leverage e-commerce and connect the woman who's in the villages of Malkangiri and Koraput and Kandhamal and Gajapati and Nabrangpur and say, here is what you're creating, and we can provide a global market for you. That is where e-commerce will come alive for our nation. Inclusivity. The second piece, we talk about the digital part. I come to the DPI. I think India has done fantastically well as far as the DPI stack is concerned. I'm on the Parliamentary Committee on Information Technology and Communications. And every second meeting that we have, we usually deliberate about how we can build on the data stack. We have the Aadhaar, the Jan Dhan, the UPI, the ONDC, all of it. But to enable to the next level in terms of interoperability, what are the areas that we can continue to make it globally interoperable? We are nationally interoperable. We have to make them globally interoperable. And that is where it is necessary to find that interoperability connect. One of the challenges that e-commerce faces, maybe it has been resolved, I do not know, but sometimes my friends from Amazon and others come and meet me and they said, sometime back, I'm not sure, they are here in the room probably and they can later on talk about it. They said, if there is a producer in my Malkangiri district of Odisha, and she is producing a product, she doesn't have an EPIC number, which is basically the export-import license that one gets. And less than 50,000 MSMEs probably in India today have it. I can host her on my platform of e-commerce platform. I can have her product sold in India, but the point she wants to sell directly into New York, I'm unable to do it because she does not have an export license, and therefore the same cannot transfer. So we need a flash sale at some point so that while the inventory, because the rules say inventory has to be on site. So inventory on one side, the sale is on the second side, the producer is on the third side, and the intermediary is the fourth. So that alignment, that can a local producer become an international seller? Policy needs to look at that. One critical area is, again, fintech. Unless we democratize the fintech segment, we are going to go into a duopoly and an oligopoly. Today, two fintech companies own more than 90% of the fintech share of this entire country. Is that the fair thing to do? There is a limit that the government of India has set up saying that more than 30%, no fintech company in India will have a market share of more than 30%. Then you have to stop onboarding customers. But today there is a fintech company that has more than 48%, and the government is silent. The question, therefore, is democratizing fintech also helps you to expand the capacity and bring in better deals for the consumer. But if you have got only two players, then they set the market, they determine the prices, they determine the accessibility, and you follow. So that is another area of policy that one has to look at. I'll come to the last piece of it. And I was very happy to look at UNESCAP framework agreement on facilitation of cross-border paperless trade. That is something that is about interoperability globally and can really help to reduce cost and time and help institutional harmonization. Now, India's approach rests on three basic pillars: interoperability with sovereignty, inclusion through infrastructure, and innovation through collaboration. I will close with just 2 or 3 quick points, and I will leave those questions for this August audience to dwell on. Firstly, how inclusive is our e-commerce ecosystem in our country? Now, I'm not being a communist or a socialist when I say that. I'm being absolutely a realist, because unless e-commerce finds its way in a two-way street to the villages of our country, till that point of time, e-commerce would not have really reached and made it inclusive. So is it truly inclusive? If not, how can we make it more inclusive? Through policies, programs, or through some strategic changes. The second is the data stack that we have interoperable in the most unique of senses. Because on the other hand, my good friends are here, the DPDP rules are yet to be notified. But with the DPDP, what will happen is the right to privacy comes in, consent comes in, right of forgotten comes in, data becomes the sovereign element in the room. So once data becomes the sovereign element of the room, e-commerce today is quite promiscuous as far as data usage is concerned. Then e-commerce will have to start dealing with data and how it takes data forward. That's the second challenge that you'll have. And the third challenge will be fintech. Can we allow fintech to be a duopoly? Or should we look at providing a platform where duopoly or oligopoly stops and we are able to democratize the UPI regime so that more and more fintech players, Indian-based, because we talk about Make in India, but two of the largest fintech players, I don't have any angst with them, but two of the largest fintech players of the country are not Indian players. So then what about the data? Presently, the data is not on Indian shores. The last time we were having a discussion during about communications in our parliamentary committee, and we talk about Starlink. And with Starlink, we have an agreement now, and the data will be stored on Indian shores. But the same is not true for many others. So I think these are some questions I want to, instead of just talking generally about it, I wanted to leave some of these questions with you so that we can deliberate on it. And probably these ideas will go back to the government and the government will relook at it. It's not that they are oblivious of it, but the fact is sometimes we need to also iron out certain creases, find out where are the gaps, and then try to fix it. I thank you, wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir, and also for proving that knowledge and experience does not need a script. I now invite Mr. Aman Jain to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's never a good idea to follow Dr. Patra. He's, yet again, a passionate speech. I am inspired, so I have prepared remarks, which I will put aside. Firstly, I want to encourage, if you all haven't seen it as yet, then catch the highlights. Last night was a memorable night. It's been over an hour and we haven't spoken about it, but our women are now the world champions. And so a memorable night. And if you haven't seen the match, then definitely I'd encourage you to see the highlights. Thank you for having me here. Many of the panelists on the stage have already spoken very eloquently about e-commerce. As the Amazon representative, makes me very happy to hear everything that's been said. Mr. Patra, you specifically called out the inventory for exports. I just thought I'll give you a quick update. The government is very seriously looking at it, and we've been in negotiations with the Ministry of Commerce and many other players, and they've had a very consultative approach to it, and we are hoping to have that issue sorted, which will really help in essentially making sure that lakhs of sellers are able to access global markets. To give you a sense of it, at Amazon today, we have close to about 16 lakh sellers that sell on our domestic platform, Amazon.in, but only about 2 lakh sellers that are actually actively exporting. So that just gives you a sense of the number of sellers who could potentially be exporting and are not being able to currently export. At Amazon, we've been exporting from India since 2015. And in the last sort of 10 years, we have, and I'm happy to share this, these are sort of updated numbers, that we have now completed almost about $20 billion of cumulative exports over the last 10 years. And the exciting part here is that that includes actual export of almost about 750 million Make in India products, which are being used worldwide. So as was said that, why can't the coffee be in New York and San Francisco and London London, and that's our attempt. And so we've been doing this for last 10 years. We are obviously very, very bullish about it, to the extent that we've gone ahead now and said that, look, we've done $20 billion by 2025. By 2030, we want to do $80 billion of e-commerce exports from India, right? And so that gives you a sense of how bullish we are about the potential, and we really truly appreciate the consultative approach the government has taken in really looking at many of these challenges. Many of these are compliance-related issues. We work closely with the RBI, with DGFT, with the Commerce Department, with DPIIT in addressing many of these challenges, and we are making sort of the right sort of progress. We are hoping that the export promotion mission sees the light of day, and you know, the allocation that's been done there. Again, that also helps in solving issues. One other issue that I'd like to call out, and it's been called out in terms of what we can do in terms of inclusivity and how can we encourage more exports. One of the key challenges the exporters face today is also getting credit at a rate that is reasonable. A lot of them struggle with that, and banks often give them credit at a very, very high rate, and that's just because of the way the underwriting process is kind of designed for B2B, old school heavy exports. It's not necessarily keeping e-commerce exports in mind. And again, that's something that we are working with them. To give you a sense of it, most exporters, most entrepreneurs in the room will tell you that they'll be lucky if they can get a loan at 18% from various banks. And so that's, again, access to credit is another area that I would definitely encourage all of you to think about. I don't want to stay, Mr. Patra has already given a few questions, and I don't want to hold you back from having those discussions. Thank you once again for having me here. I wish you all a very, very good 2 days of discussions. And yeah, like I said, as Amazon, we are committed to furthering exports from India, and hopefully next 2 days would help in that journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Can I please request Mr. Yadav to come on stage? So we'd like to, Mr. Patra, we'd like to present a report, which is an ICRIER-RIS joint study on India and Framework Agreement on the Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific. This report answers some of the questions that you've raised. We look forward to your inputs on the same.
Comments on it. It is ICRIER and India Think and RIS joint report. Jan is looking after helping us with paperless trade across the region. Wanted you to read it because you raised the issues of some of the issues that and we will come over and
Thank you so much.
This brings us to the end of our first session. We thank everyone for their valuable insights. Can I please request the panelists to pose for a photograph so that we can commemorate this occasion? Yes. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. We'll now have a short tea break, and we'll come back for the plenary session on digital empowerment of women, sharp at 11:45. Thank you, everyone. 45, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll have to hurry up a little. Yes. We request everyone to carry their cups of tea and some refreshments, and please come to the stage. The second session of the day. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We now commence our plenary session, a high-level policy dialogue hosted by UNESCAP South and Southwest Asia. This dialogue will focus on the critical topic of digital empowerment of women, exploring how we can better connect them to regional and global value chains using e-commerce platforms. I would like to invite our moderator and distinguished panelists. Please welcome our moderator and chair, Dr. Sudesh Ratna, Deputy Head, South and Southwest Asia Office, UNESCAP. Next, we have Her Excellency Mrs. Lakshmi Kumari Basnet, Secretary, Ministry of Women, Children and Senior Citizens at Nepal. We also have Ms. Jivanti Senanayake, Director General and CEO, Sustainable Development Council, Sri Lanka. And lastly, we thank Ms. K. Ratna Prabha, Founder President of Ubuntu Consortium of India. We are also joined virtually by Her Excellency Mrs. Tashi Wangmo, Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Employment, Bhutan. I now hand over the reins of the session to our moderator, Dr. Rajan Ratna, to begin the dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Good morning and welcome back, everybody. First of all, already has been said by my colleague Mikiko also. We thank ICRIER for this partnership. And we are indeed very happy to be here. Yeah, okay, thank you. This is what I was looking for. We have an excellent panel, and it's a privilege to be this all-women panel with only me as a male. So it's a double benefit. One, a male working for women empowerment. Not that there are many male who work on it, but it's also a privilege to have with me all the policy makers coming from the countries of South Asia. We have Ms. Tashi Wangmo. She's a distinguished Bhutani policymaker and engineer with extensive experience in public policy. She is presently working as the Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Employment in Government of Bhutan. She has joined virtually. Welcome, Madam Wangmo, and thankful to you. She has just came early morning today from a long journey from Europe, but indeed we are grateful. Thank you to see you smiling. That's a lovely morning in Bhutan. The next speaker which we will have is Mrs. Lakshmi Kumari Basnet, sitting right to me. She's Secretary, Ministry of Women, Children and Senior Citizens in Nepal. She has an extensive work experience. She joined the public service in 2006, and she became the youngest joint secretary in the government of Nepal. She has more than 12 years of working experience and served in capacity of the joint secretary in various ministries. And the government has awarded her with the Public Service Award in 2021 for her excellent work. She has done MBA, BBS, and BEd, a long record of educational background. The next in panel is Ms. Amrit Raj, sitting extreme right to me. Amrit is the Development Commissioner of Handicrafts in the Ministry of Textile, Government of India. And we all know most of the women have been working not only in India, but many of the countries in textile sector, including handicrafts. Amrit is also an Indian civil servant. She comes from Indian Postal Service and has worked into various ministries, including in the Ministry of Communication, Commerce, and now Textile. She has a very wide background. She recently operationalized the Kunj, a world-class venue showcasing India's handicrafts and handlooms in the heart of Delhi. And next we have is Ms. Jeevanti Senanaike. She's the Director General and CEO of Sustainable Development Council, Sri Lanka. She is from Sri Lanka Administrative Service, and she has been working with decades in government of Sri Lanka on administration and public policy. She has various education background. She has a bachelor and master's degree in chemistry, international relations, international public policy analysis, and she's also a recipient of a William Fulbright Scholarship from the Department of States, as well as Chevening Scholarship. She has, again, a very vast work background in the Government of India. So thank you, Jeevanti. And then we have Ms. K. Ratnaprabha. She is also a very senior IAS officer. She was a Chief Secretary of Government of Karnataka. Right now, she's working as the founder president of Ubuntu Consortium in India. And UNESCAP has been working for many years with Ubuntu. And we have trained around 4,500 women alone in Karnataka on making them digitally skilled for use of digital media and the e-commerce. Well, thank you all the panelists for all your time, and Ms. Wangmo, who has joined online. The first question, I know, Ms. Wangmo, I will put it to you because your cheerful smile will bring encouragement to all of us under this difficult situation. What we are discussing is about a digital empowerment of women and connecting them to the regional and global value chain. In South and South Asia, like other parts of Asia and Pacific, women equality, which is under SDG 6, is not up to the target for 2024. So we are lagging behind on women equality. This includes also social and economic empowerment. But I have witnessed, because at one point of time we were providing some input on Bhutan's e-commerce policy, which was adopted a few years ago. So the question goes to you is, what is your experience in this e-commerce policy of Bhutan? Did it bring benefit to the women entrepreneurs? What challenges these women still face? And how can women entrepreneurs leverage the digitalization to overcome traditional business challenges in South Asia to become part of a new regional and global supply chain? You will have 7 minutes time, Ms. Wangmo, and maybe after 7 minutes I will budge you. I know it's a very passionate subject and everybody can work for hours together, but we have a time limitation. So the floor is open for you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan. Your Excellencies, my distinguished fellow panel members, a very good afternoon. Greetings from Bhutan. I would have loved to be there in person, but because tomorrow we have a very important national event happening, so I could not really miss it. Nevertheless, I'm happy that I'm able to join you virtually. It is definitely my great honor and privilege to be here joining at the second Asia Pacific E-Commerce Policies Summit. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to the organizers for creating this important platform and for extending an invitation to me. We are definitely meeting at a time when digital trade is rapidly reshaping economies and societies across the world. E-commerce has definitely become a powerful engine for growth, as needless for me to say, that enables businesses, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, to reach new markets and new opportunities. It is changing the way we communicate, trade, and involve those who were previously excluded. Just to give a context, in the case of Bhutan, Bhutan has made significant strides in expanding digital access to its population. Today, we stand at 98% of our population with the mobile coverage, and mobile internet access available to 95% of the population. Our government continues to implement various initiatives to promote digital access, including Digital Rural Program and the National Digital Identity System. In short, we call it NDI. So all these strategies focus on three main pillars. First is digital economy, of course, developing a vibrant digital economy through digitalization of industries, strengthening the digital ecosystem, and growing the ICT sector. Second pillar is digital society by enhancing digital literacy, promoting innovation, and ensuring inclusive access to digital services. Third is digital governance by improving government operations, enhancing citizens' engagement, and promoting transparency through digital technology. So with the transformation of digital landscape happening in the country, there has been definitely a good uptake on the e-commerce practices as well. So in 2021, I think Dr. Raju would remember also, we barely had about 190 or so e-commerce licenses, which today has increased to 223 licenses. And out of these many licenses, we have 184 that belongs to sole proprietorship. And I think it's also kind of good news that out of 184 e-commerce sole proprietorship businesses, 41% is owned by women. So which reflects an encouraging trend of female participation in e-commerce sector. These are just formally registered businesses, but we also have seen a growing trend in women participating in online businesses through social media platforms like mostly Facebook, TikTok. It's sometimes very heartening for me to say almost 100% of these women who come on social media platform trying to sell their goods, particularly garments, cosmetics, and other accessories. They stay on till late night, sometimes, of course, whether good or bad, but these are all women and working very hard. So that's the state of things. And we foresee e-commerce will continue to grow in Bhutan with the growing internet connectivity coverage, and also improvement in the mobile digital device ownership as it increases. So of course, I want to also not go too much into it, definitely go down to the challenges as it is with any kind of e-commerce transaction happening, the range of challenges being faced. Firstly, is the risks faced by consumers in shopping online. Second is the privacy and the security of data sharing. Third is reliable payment system and the gateway. And fourth is the information and transparency that sellers have to maintain. So as we shared in the earlier, while we have only 223 registered businesses, e-commerce businesses, many are on informal sector. So definitely challenge is to really, how do we ensure all these challenges are being addressed through our regulatory framework? So that is why in e-commerce policy 2021, it has got a host of measures or interventions that has to be undertaken as a whole of the government approach. And So as of now, much of it, we are still actually trying to implement those measures and interventions that's being highlighted in the e-commerce policy 2021. But in the meantime, we continue to, of course, get the complaints, consumers' complaints. And so therefore, our Competition and Consumer Affairs Authority continues to attend to such complaints and address there itself. So that is why we are also looking into reviewing our existing Consumer Protection Act 2012, which has not given enough coverage on the online business transaction. And then as much as we are also drafting a competition bill, which will all cover these e-commerce aspects of it as well. So and also the initiatives being done, because one of the, again, the challenges is for e-commerce where physical interaction is limited, trust and traceability are crucial. So therefore, through the Brand Bhutan initiative, that is being implemented by my ministry, has played a central role in supporting and strengthening e-commerce practices for Bhutanese products, both at home as well as abroad. By establishing a unified national identity through the Made in Bhutan and Grown in Bhutan marks, it gives Bhutanese producers a credible and recognizable platforms to market their goods online with confidence and authenticity. So in terms of, again, female entrepreneurs, while we see growing interest and also coming on this platform, we really also have to do a lot in terms of building their confidence in coming online. Much of the time, it's the females who are staying behind the scene and not coming too aggressively on the platform. So this is one area that we are working on. And as it is, we have 95% of our industry at the CSA level, small entrepreneurs, which are mostly women run. So these are the areas we continue to focus on. And through this platform, I would also like to listen to other good practices from my other fellow panelists. So with this, I don't want to overrun the time, Dr. Rajan, so I'll stop here and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mangmod. Thank you very much for adhering to time and highlighting some of the initiatives of Government of Bhutan and the 3 pillars on economy, supply chain, and governance, covering the digital inclusion. I hope you can stay back because there might be some comments.
Sure.
I wish we would have had you here in person, but I could understand your other commitments and last moment. But at least joining online. Thank you very much. Let me now go to Ms. Basnet, Secretary from Ministry of Women, Children and Senior Citizen of Nepal. Bringing your experience of Nepal, and especially since you are from the Ministry of Women, handling women, how does the limited access of digital tools affects women's participation in decision-making processes, both in their household and the communities, and how we can ensure that the women's voices are included in planning and implementation, and especially covering the digitalization initiatives, especially for those women who are living at the borders. And can you share some good, inspiring case studies of Nepal? Because you got a Public Service Award of 2021. So we are looking forward to some good case studies of Nepal, which we all can. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Raja. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. It is an honor to join this e-commerce policy summit and share how Nepal is advancing the digital empowerment of women and how we are working to close the digital divide that still limits women's participation in decision-making in both public and private sphere. For Nepal, digital empowerment of women is not a side initiative. It is a strategic priority for inclusive growth, resilience, and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Guided by our Digital Nepal Framework 2019 and our national commitments to gender equality. The Digital Nepal Framework, which is known as a Nepal Government Blueprint for Digital Transformation, it identifies 80 digital initiatives and 8 key areas, that is digital foundation, agriculture, health, education, tourism, finance, urban infrastructure development, and energy sector. And we see digital transformation as something that must be both gender responsive and regionally cooperative. Despite some progress, the gender digital divide remains deep. Limited connectivity, affordability gaps, and low digital literacy continue to restrict women's voice and agency, especially in rural and rural areas. When women are offline, they are often excluded from economic opportunities, from information, and from spaces where community decisions are now being made online. Yet change is happening. Today, over 51% girls are enrolled in pre-diploma technical and vocational training and 35% in diploma level programs. Our girls in ICT initiatives, broadband policy, and cybersecurity policy have prioritized women's access and safety online. The government of Nepal, through the Ministry of Industry, Commerce, and Supplies, has also introduced measures to promote women's entrepreneurship in digital and industrial sectors, including tax rebates, discount in registration fees, and incentives for industries that employ women, the lead, and persons with disabilities. These are creating more inclusive digital and production ecosystem. However, gaps persist, especially in rural community connectivity, digital literacy, and women's representation in ICT leadership, online safety concern, and the lack of gender disaggregated data also remains major barriers. The digital divide is not just about access to devices, it is about access to power, opportunity, and decision making. Our priorities are universal and affordable connectivity that reaching the women in remote and border area, gender responsive digital and financial literacy, which linked to job and entrepreneurship, meaningful participation of women and women-led organizations in digital governance, so they are not just user of technology, but co-creator of policies and services. Allow me to share one inspiring example, that is Alloy, a Kathmandu-based fintech company provides digital financing for informal women entrepreneurs who traditionally lacked access to formal credit. By linking women with financial institutions and creating a digital trail to trust, Alloy is transforming how small women-led enterprises participate in the formal economy. We are also localizing digital literacy programs through community learning centers, teaching not just digital skills, but also online safety, e-governance, and financial inclusion. Women who once relied on intermediaries to access information or services now engage directly with government systems and market. At the regional level, Nepal believes cooperation under UNESCAP is vital. We propose a gender and connectivity finance window to support projects that reduce the gender access gap. A regional data compact to harmonize gender disaggregated indicators and a cyber safety exchange to tackle online gender-based violence and digital fraud. We also see great potential in a regional leadership upskilling initiatives for women professionals in ICT, enabling them to space digital policies and lead innovation ecosystem. Digital transformation transcend borders. The empowerment of women through technology is not a peripheral issue. It is centered to resilience, innovation, and inclusive prosperity across the region. Nepal remains committed to learning from our partners and sharing our experience to ensure that our region's digital future is built not only on technology, but on equity, agency, and shared progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Masnet. And one of the challenges when we have been working in South and Southwest Asia, and especially South Asia, for the women entrepreneurs, and also Honorable MP talked about, is the financing for trade, right, for many of the women. They are not able also to give the collaterals because most of the things are in the name of husbands or sons. So it's a good experience to learn, and maybe we will come back on listening to you more about how these finances by the fintech company were provided and what model they used for making these women. But that is really, really encouraging, and thank you to share with us. I will go to the next panelist, Ms. Amrit Raj, Development Commissioner. So, Ms. Raj, you have been working as Development Commissioner, Handicrafts, and that is a sector where you must be dealing with a very large number of women artisans, including the marginalized communities. So how you think these are transforming for their economic empowerment, getting connected with your organization? And do you think that women artisans can benefit from upgrading their digital skills for increasing their business? And how do you plan to enhance the digital skills of these artisans so that they can become part of a regional or global supply chain? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Ratna. A very, very relevant topic for my vertical in the Ministry of Textiles. The handloom and handicraft together in India, we handle something like 7 million artisans, out of which almost 70% are women. So this is my biggest challenge, is to actually get the sector and get these women who are working in the household sector, because the sector per se is self-organized. It is not part of the organized economy. We have speakers later in the day who will be talking about India, the MSME sector, and how the e-commerce policy is shaping their lives. But my sector, because it is self-organized and it is a household vocation, it is very difficult to get the women out to front end the market interface, to front end even the learning process. So the ministry over the year handles 3-4 main things for the sector, for the women artisans and the sector as a whole. One is skilling. We do a whole lot of skilling. We do market interface for them. We take care of infrastructure. These are the primary components. Apart from that, we also look at their welfare and the research and development of the sector. But for these 3 components to be effective, it is just not possible to do it without actually getting the digital interface to them. And so if I have to jump from 1 lakh artisans in a year, that is 100,000 artisans in a year, to around 2 to 3 lakhs, because otherwise I don't touch my database of beneficiaries even in 5 to 7 years. So to do that, the interface has to be digital. And for that, what we have been now trying to do is that digital literacy is a very important component of the training component which we have with the artisans. So every program which we do, which is basically the artisans are already skilled. They don't need skilling from us. The only part where they need skilling is a little upskilling and contemporizing the craft to the modern market requirement. So for that, whenever we interface with them, we do a component of digital literacy. We introduce them to the basic concepts of of what e-commerce platforms are, what type of economic integration they need to have to sort of be relevant. So in skilling, it is now in the next 5-year plan, we are planning to almost do 1/5 of my entire skilling programs only on digital literacy for the artisans. So that is a big shift for us. And without that, we can't have the reach. For marketing, we have an e-commerce policy which is in place, and the MSME sector is very actively sort of working in that space. If we just Google the data, we have over 4 lakh e-commerce websites in India. So there is a lot happening in the organized economy. For the unorganized economy, for the self-organized people, the artisans of handloom and handicraft, the Government of India, Ministry of Textiles, we introduced an e-commerce portal for the artisans, which is called indiahandmade.com. And the idea was that the artisans sitting in their home will upload their products and they get sold out. The entire backend is being managed by the Government of India through a public sector enterprise called DIC, Digital India Corporation. So the website is managed by us. The shipping support, which is the main cost for logistics of any program, e-commerce program, is also borne by the government. So the idea was that they should, because this is the only way they reach out to market, which is outside their purview. We have been providing physical marketing spaces to our artisans with very limited reach, because all those marketing events are 80% attended by the men of the household. So, and we thought that if we really want to empower, we have to ensure that the money also flows into the bank account of, so Government of India 10 years back started this zero-based balance accounts. All government banks are mandated to open zero balance account for citizens, and at least the government bank. So the money which they do for their training programs, any flow of fund from the government goes digitally into the bank account of the artisan. So there is a bank account. So she has a bank account. The only thing which we needed to do was to provide that marketing interface where the flow of the sale also reaches. So which was the digital platform. And therefore, e-commerce became a very good tool. We are just 3 years old into that experiment, but we have almost 4,000 to 5,000 artisans who are, sort of transacting through the e-commerce portal. The sales, it's an ongoing process, so we don't have very many results, but around 18,000 to 20,000 products on that portal, and it is being sold. We have tutorials which are on the website where the artisans can go, which are in all languages. So 7 languages in the main regional languages are there. The tutorials are there. So, and a lot of hand holding at the field level to get them onto this medium. Apart from that, even the infrastructure, the common infrastructure which we create in the rural areas for the artisans, for the women artisans, we ensure that those spaces also have digital, mechanisms to facilitate their digital onboarding. So we have design studios where they have digital designs which are all there, and they can just go and for a nominal amount buy those designs. They can go and get their photographs and things so that they can upload onto the e-commerce portals easily. So those physical infrastructure supported by supporting for digital onboarding is something on which we are working. It is one of the few challenges which I think which needs to be shared with the House is that 2-3 items, because e-commerce is part of organized economy. You need a GST to be a member to onboard onto the e-commerce portal. Now, my artisans, my my women artisans and even my men artisans, they don't have GST. They are not part of the organized economy at all. And those people, for them, so we went to the GST Council, we got exemption for them. So for within the state, there's exemption of up to 20 lakh rupees where they don't need a GST to actually be a member of an e-commerce portal. Earlier, it was mandated. So we were not able to get them onboarded. Now we are also working with Ministry of Finance to give a larger exemption so that the interstate sale is also promoted through the e-commerce portals. Language is a huge challenge because most of the e-commerce portals are, with English as their primary medium. So whenever you open a e-commerce portal, everything is in English. So my artisans have a challenge in that. So at least my India Handmade portal, there is English and Hindi the same way. The tutorials are in the regional languages, but it is a huge challenge. It is a challenge which for them to circumvent. And then, of course, the supply side challenge is always there because after all the effort we get the artisans to sort of onboard onto a e-commerce portal, they have to take good pics, put it there for the consumer. And if the item is sold, then the entire activity of taking the next round of pics and putting the items on, it's a huge challenge in itself. So every time you can't get resources down to the clusters to do this activity throughout. It's a huge cost. So they understand the importance, but the actual ability, then the phones which they have. So we have now most of the phones have good cameras which help them to sort of take pics, and we train them to do that. But many of them also, the pics which come from the cameras are not good enough to make it an attractive proposition on an e-commerce website. So those are the challenges which we are facing. We are working with ONDC on the concept of assisted e-commerce, where we are trying to look at agencies who will help these artisans on board and take care of their front end with the e-commerce portal for a part of the sales commission of the e-commerce revenue which the artisan earns. And because the portal which I am talking about, which is the initiative of Government of India called indiahandmade.com, we are not putting any value add to that cost. So the cost is basically whatever is the sale price is the artisan sale price. But without this assisted e-commerce model, it is going to be a huge challenge, especially the numbers we have in India. Another initiative which we have taken to sort of 1 minute. Okay. So I think the two parts of the question, one is I've taken care of is the digital skills for increasing their business. It is something which we are taking down the line. The second part you had asked me was a digital to become a regional. So the global value chain we are not looking at right now. Indian domestic market is huge. So right now, if we are able to strengthen them for the domestic market, I think we will be very proud of our achievements in next 5 years. But when you have other speakers from the government, MSME as a whole, we are looking at more than 30,000 players from the MSME sector who are there on the various portals. And I think there are different components, but from the artisanal point of view, we are looking at the domestic market only to take this initiative forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amrit. Thank you very much with demonstrating some of these good initiatives, including the indiahandmade.com. And noted that right now you're focusing on the domestic market instead of looking into the international market. But I would still suggest the artisans can jolly well look at least South Asia, because it's just in the neighborhood, and even the logistics which is to be provided through that website could be an easy way, because all these neighboring countries around. Let me now go to Ms. Senanayake, Director General and CEO of Sustainable Development Council, and I will take the privilege that you have been also working in Ministry of Finance. So, what do you think for in South Asia, what are the key barriers that the women face in accessing the digital technology? And one of the issues which has emerged, like we have talked also in the opening session, indirectly, how public-private partnership can be effectively leveraged to enhance the both infrastructure development and digital literacy programs to empower women entrepreneurs. You have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Ratna. When we first talk about the first part of your question that was leveraged, it's about the barriers that women face, key barriers that women face in accessing digital literacy and in digital empowerment. I think as a whole for this region, before we talk about the key barriers, I think it'll be good for us to see what we really mean by empowering women, because the barriers come with the understanding itself. If you talk about the term empowering, it means giving the real ability for women to decide upon herself and her destiny. So with that in mind, if we think about the key barriers, we see that these barriers differ from one region to another slightly. But we see commonalities in this region. And in that context, I would like to pick 3 key barriers that women face. The first itself is the insufficient digital literacy. Why I say insufficient, it's not that we lack digital literacy, we have it here. Might not be sufficient because it's not just enough to give them literacy at one point and help to work with it and just be with it, because technologies evolve and the digital literacy also will have to, after you impart it, it has to be updated and continuous training needs to be given, and that sometimes is lacking in our countries. And then the next key barrier, I think, is the access to infrastructure. Because in this part of the world, with the difficulties and challenges that our economies face, we cannot invest in a lot of infrastructure. But still, we can help with solutions that do not require a lot of funding. And in these two, solving these first two issues comes the PPPs in handy, which I will speak about a little later. But the infrastructure, how do we address this concern, the key barrier? We might not have sufficient funds, but still we can give them access to platforms that we have, e-commerce platforms like, and we can help them to have access to digital financial solutions, banking and all that. And those two are things that we can somehow, with funding and external assistance, we can address. But the third key barrier, as I have identified for our part of the world, is not something that we can work with PPPs or funding assistance per se. That is the social and cultural barriers that exist to different extents in our countries, but are, as one feature, is common to our part of the world. Now, our cultures, our living is closely intertwined with our social, cultural fabric of our different countries. And it is deeply embedded in our social values, where we as societies think that women, if they try to prioritize businesses, entrepreneurship, or whatever over their traditional role as mothers, daughters, spouses, or sometimes caregivers of aging parents or in-laws, is bad. This is a barrier that we as women cannot transcend. We need the support of our counterparts, male counterparts, to identify this and help us navigate through this. We've been talking about this for quite some time, but it's high time, I think, that we walk the talk. So the first two key barriers, as I have identified, can be addressed quite effectively and efficiently through PPPs. So I come to the second part of my question. How can PPPs be effectively leveraged to address this? In talking about this, I want to share a success story from my own country, Sri Lanka, about this. If you remember, the UN Asia Pacific Center for ICT, sometime back in 2016, launched a program called Wi-Fi, Women in ICT Frontier Initiative. What they wanted with this was to empower the women in Asia Pacific region, to upskill them digitally, and also to improve the overall sustainability. So what Sri Lanka did was, in the same year, we partnered with UNAPC ICT to launch the first Wi-Fi program in the Asia Pacific region in Sri Lanka. We called it Suhuru Liya. In Tamil, Pudumai Pan. Suhuru means the digital know-how. Liya means woman. So it's creating a woman with the digital know-how. This PPP was jointly by the government, where the ICT agency of the government of Sri Lanka and the Women's Ministry of the government, plus the UNAPC ICT and Meta as a private partner, partnered with us. Meta was the one that gave this training. The program focused on a key issue at that time of the launching of the program, which was, it was soon after the end of the war, and we had formerly war-affected areas with a lot of female-headed households. So this program targeted those females in the south as well as in the north, both alike at the same time. And there were three major objectives of the program, not just to, one was, of course, to digitally empower women. The second was to address these key barriers. And the third was, I hope
What
I
may-
can have, yes.
Yeah,
The
clear.
third was to empower the government party stakeholders who would be the middlemen in this process. So the first thing that this program did was to have a TOT for the government women development officers who were in all 146 divisional secretariats and 25 district secretariats. They were to be trained themselves, and they were to train the women entrepreneurs in their areas, which is what they did. And then they came up with these two booklets with guidelines for women to do simple things as having their own, creating their own platform, doing digital payments, online payments, how to address scam, and how to navigate through websites and even find information about your own competitors. So it was simple, but very effective. The result was the getting 15,700 females into working digitally. The success rate was close to 50%. It was exactly 47%, and it was a very, very good program. And the second phase also has started with creating the digital empowerment strategy for women in Sri Lanka. So we have enough examples like that. We know the WEP program, Women Entrepreneurship Platform, that your country is doing very well, and other examples from other countries as well. So we have all these. The last thing I want to emphasize is that digital empowerment through PPPs or any other means is very, very important to empower women. Why? Because it gives one thing that is very essential for women to play their traditional role as they like, and also to be entrepreneurs. That is the flexibility of choosing their time and the place of work. So this is why I think this discussion is also very important and the reason for this discussion. So thank you very much for the time given to me. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing some of the initiatives of Sri Lanka. And I hope other delegations have also benefited from it. Let me go to my last panelist, Ms. Ratha Prabha, founder president of Ubuntu, with whom we have worked a lot at UNESCAP. You have heard the member of parliament, madam, talking about the last mile, how these women could, require import-export licenses, or they are artisans whom, and Ubuntu is working at a grassroots level, right? So, what you think has been holding women's access to technology and digital literacy, and what methods can be employed to engage the local leaders and community organizations in formulating or implementing digital inclusive initiatives? And definitely we'll look forward to some of Ubuntu's good initiatives. You have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Rajan, for inviting me to this seminar and also being associated with us for the last 3 years. I think without the support of UNESCAP and you, we wouldn't have covered this 4,000 and odd women entrepreneurs in digital marketing. So I'll just tell, I know 7 minutes is a very short time for us when we have so much of experience. But I'll just introduce myself first. I'm Mrs. Ratna Prabha. I belong to the 81 batch of Karnataka cadre, IAS. I retired as the chief secretary. And I had a long stint in the industries department. And that was the time I met women entrepreneurs associations. And we introduced a policy for women for the first time in the industrial policy 2013 to 19. And then I got to know that there were so many women entrepreneurs, associations, all fending for themselves, trying to get the government's attention. And that 2 years when I was there, and later on also till I completed my tenure as chief secretary, we worked a lot for the networking and upscaling of businesses of women entrepreneurs through the associations. And once I retired, all these presidents requested me to continue working with them, and I also felt that my heart was with them. So we registered this NGO called Ubuntu Consortium, which is a platform for women entrepreneurs associations. Now we are spread across India, 60 associations, 11 states with 30,000 secondary members. And it breaks the myth that women can't work together. Okay, that's what, people think that we can't, but we have been doing a fairly good job. Now, Rajanji, the questions you have put across is what are the cultural norms, that hinder women's access to technology? Now, as you know, that in South Asia, I think all the women, more or less, for us, home is the priority. That priority, comes in the way because women always think that they should focus on home, family, children, and then comes the business. So keeping this in mind, what happens is when they want to access anything or access technology or even business, this priority comes in the way. So we had experimented, met Rajan on during COVID. We did online training for women entrepreneurs. And we realized that during COVID, the online training for women entrepreneurs was very successful. But once COVID was over, the online was not a total success. People wanted offline meetings. And then when we did 2 days training for women, the second day there was a lot of absenteeism. So then we realized we had to do only 1 day training, morning 9 to 5, pack it, give them exactly what they want, and send them home because the next day they're not there. Because home is the priority. And then when we started training women entrepreneurs, we realized that throughout the year, the women are occupied. It is out of experience, I realized the moment it is August, they say Shravan Masa, then Ganesh, then Dasara, then Deepavali, then they have Christmas sales, then they have Sankranti, then towards the end of February, children's education, daughters or sons' 10th class exam. And then April and May, we thought we could do something. They said, no, it's holiday. We want to spend time with children. June, July, again, it's rainy season. So it's so very difficult to get the attention of women entrepreneurs in this short, somewhere in between, you have to squeeze in time. And I'm very happy to say we could squeeze in that time, based on their priority, because we can't organize training programs which is inconvenient to them. So that's how we did these training programs. And there is a lot of, success. There are a lot of success stories. And I need a session to say that, but I can just say that this basic training of digital marketing, digital transformation on the e-commerce platform, which we did with support with the UNESCAP, who were our knowledge partners, we could cover nearly 4,000 women. And tomorrow morning, I have a session to speak about the success stories. So I will not dwell on that. But what we found that women are very enthusiastic to learn. And once we provide this kind of training program at their doorstep, they are very happy to learn. And many of them, once this basic training on digital transformation was provided to them, they were onto the ONDC platform. We took them onto the GEM portal. And many of the women, there was one lady who called me the other day, said she got very good business on the GEM portal. So I hope GEM is government e-marketplace. And they can bid for a tender in Government of India. And this girl got a order in the Defense Ministry. And she was so happy, she put it up on the social media. And she said the rival team, which always used to back that contract, called her and threatened her to withdraw. And she called me. I said, no, don't withdraw. And if you have bid the lowest, you'll get it. And she got it. And she was so happy. She went on the Twitter, social media, expressing her gratitude and her happiness. So it's something, we can provide the platform, but on the other side, the women also should have the passion. And they should know to manage the time. And they should also want to think of themselves. So in these training programs, we also say, find time for yourself. Do something for yourself. Don't totally, be thinking that it's all. Family is there. Of course, family is important for everyone, but keep up to your passion. And that is how I think we could motivate many women who are already entrepreneurs to do better and upscale their businesses. And we also, in addition to this, when we started doing these training programs and when we realized Amrit Raj is the best find for me here today in today's meeting. Thank you, Rajanji, because we were looking at somebody from the handicrafts sector. So I think these kind of seminars are also good for us because we network, interact, and get to know more people and do more for the women entrepreneurs. So when we started onboarding women, we realized MSME wants Udyam registration. So we registered nearly 200 to 300 women in every event, asked them whether you have an Udyam registration, and we have registered them on the spot. And if they want export, IE code, then we have trained them how to get themselves registered. And as Amrit had mentioned, GST, many of them don't have GST registrations. They are very scared of GST. So we tell them what is the advantage and help them to register. We tell them you grow. Why do you want to be
not into the GST net. You grow well so that you come into the GST net. Why do you want to say you're scared of GST and you want to have limited business? So that way, you know, when we come across several government departments and officers, and when they say that certain registrations have to be done or licenses have to be obtained, we also help them to do that. So in addition to, when we started the digital marketing, we thought it's only online, you know, going for Facebook and Twitter, Google, then artificial intelligence, all these training programs were introduced. But as they were undergoing trainings, so many other requirements were also needed, and we added all this. And I'm really happy to say that we almost reached 4,000 women entrepreneurs, mostly in Karnataka. We did some training in Tamil Nadu, in Hyderabad also we did 1 or 2 training programs. So that's all. Have I crossed my time limit?
Thank you, thank you.
Speaker is always at a disadvantage. But I must say, the last thing which I wanted to mention is that when we do these kind of initiatives for women entrepreneurs, because there's a mental block in the minds of several people, whether it's bureaucracy or otherwise. So the being on the same plane also is very important. And I think with UNESCAP, that is what happened, because when we were on the same plane, they had confidence in us and we had confidence in them. So, you know, we could work together, and when there is no suspicion or doubt as to what somebody is doing and each one has confidence in the other, I think that partnership also helped a lot. And on the lighter way, I keep telling Rajan, both of us share the same name also. So I don't know how it was. So we really, UNESCAP and Ubuntu really gelled so well that we could really make an impact. And I think, I'm not sure, we may be the first combination which has done this digital transformation across India, because India is there, digital payments are happening, but digital marketing for women entrepreneurs, I think we are the ones who are the pioneers, and we continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Ratnaprabha. Thank you very much. And yes, our partnership goes for last 4 years, almost more than 4 years than when we started our journey. We were just nick of time, slightly late, but 5 minutes if there is some burning questions. No comment, only question, 1 minute each. We'll take 3 questions and then go back to panelists. Yes, sir. Can we have a mic? Anybody? Do we have a hands-free mic?
I'm Deepak.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, I'm Deepak Maheshwari from Center for Social and Economic Progress. So my question to Dr. Amrit Raj is, you mentioned about indiahandmade.com. The question is, why not .in? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was a cute and a short in the 10-second question. Any other? Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Rajan. My question or query goes to Ms. Amrit Raj. She said that she's concentrating in India, not going beyond that. My worries and concern is that you are not able to fulfill domestic market, or there are other reasons for you not encouraging the countries' own SMEs and them to go outside the country. So what is the hitch? I thought that you will encourage them to go beyond the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khan. Anybody else? If none, okay. So Amrit, you have a floor. Quick 2 minutes.
Yeah.
As short as the question for us.
So I think the domain the government of India came out with a policy saying that all government portals should have a domain of in. I think we'll be shifting soon to that, so that takes care of that. To your question, I said that we are looking, because I'm looking at the artisans who are in the rural. 90% of them are in the rural economy, and they are part of the self-organized economy. Rajan mentioned to you that I have opened an initiative called the Kunj in Delhi. I would also take this opportunity to request all of you to please visit. There are 19 brands there, design-led brands of handicraft, out of which 14 are women-led. And a very interesting thing is that many of them are also digitally very active online, but they also wanted to be present in the physical space. So, so when I say that we are focusing on domestic, I'm talking about the people I'm hand-holding to actually come onto the e-commerce portal. Those who are active in India, there is a very, very healthy e-commerce policy. And there is a different vertical of Government of India which works on that e-commerce policy with the MSME sector to take them onward. So that's a different client base they're working with. MSME in India is doing very well. 45% of our exports are only through MSME. So they will definitely transition to the digital media for global e-commerce, I'm sure. But my client base is rural artisans, and that is why the
I believe that all of them are ready to go beyond the country.
Absolutely.
So you should encourage them. I think that
We are there to help them for that, no? Okay. Yeah, okay, last.
We are talking about the women entrepreneurs. Is there any experience of women self-help group or other association connecting with other women organizations in India and Sri Lanka or Nepal and India? Is there any experience of that?
Well, actually, I can answer. We have created a website which is We Sell Online, Women Entrepreneurs Selling Online, where we hooked in all the women from South and Southwest Asia. And it is promoting WTW. And we have created a Facebook group there. There also they are doing. It's not an e-commerce website. Because with the UN, we cannot get into the financial transaction and other things. But we have a website where it's query based. So anybody who wants to get into just puts a query and it goes through an email and then they do. And there are women who have been doing the business through that. There is not much time. So, sorry, but before is Miss Wangmo there or she has left? Miss Wangmo there online from Bhutan? Can you check? Because she had to go for some meeting that she would be leaving.
Yeah.
If she's
Dr.
not there,
Rajan.
then I would still in her absence, I will thank her. And one last half-minute short snippet. If any of my panelists want to speak, Lakshmiji, want to speak, or Jayanti or Ratna Prabhat. Oh, she's there. So, yeah. Yes, Miss Wangmo, thank you for waiting. You have the floor, please.
Dr. Rajan, this is Pimzam, and my
Pim, yeah.
apologies. Yeah, because my secretary, she had to leave. So I'll take all the questions and we'll get back to you via email.
Okay, thank you. But please convey our very warm remarks and thank you. And we are grateful for her participation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything you want to say? Yeah, Jayanti, go ahead.
Just a quick say, in terms of policy making for women, we have seen that people get together in places, hotels, in parliaments, wherever, and we talk about policies continuously for women. But we really need to make sure that we reach out to the grassroots levels, and it should be the bottom-up approach for the policies, because we, even as women, we can gather and make policies for the women in our countries, but we really don't know how effective these are really to those women who are struggling in the villages and poor rural areas. So we really need to create that platform to get the bottom-up feedback when it comes to making policies for women. That's my last take. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I request a photograph? Can you take a panel? We'll stand and just take a picture. And then, yeah, you can parallelly, you can announce, no worries.
No, thank you, Dr. Ratna and esteemed panelists.
Stand.
So that concludes the sessions for this morning, and I think we've been left with enough food for thought. I would like to invite everyone for lunch. We will break till 1:45. When we come back, the session is on sellers, which some would say are the heroes of e-commerce. So please join us for that session. Looking forward to having you all back. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a hand. One second. हाँ ये आपको भी तुरंत भेजूंगा ना you will require मेरा फोटो चाहिए okay come closer slightly yeah ले लो यार एक दो ले लो भैया thank you thank you very much when I have lunch still Please. Institute of Directors. Yes,
Please have lunch. I hope you're joining for dinner. Please stop. मैडम को बोलना नहीं पड़ता प्लीज
हम लोग नेपाल रहेंगे ऐसे आएंगे very much. Who said you came? Ah, you know. So he will. Hello, sir. आपका काम. Very well said. I can do that. How long are you here? Okay. Oh, I don't have a right difference. Well, I would have a little chance then. Yeah, well, in South or yeah, better. Well, you will.
Somebody wants to be part of your policy. Yes. Yeah, it's good conditions. But that's how I could see your problems. Yes, sir. Then she had your promotion, 8 jobs.
Here is Mr. You tell me you are your.
Satpal. सर आप लोगों ने And this is the mastermind of what citizen studies the word letter. So planning of I think those are absolutely real. Yeah. What about I'm thinking at the like and I don't have a society member directly. So I say, all of them will take off. And suppose I know. It's happening for the first one. Absolutely. I'm going to go for terrible private. That's my
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. We will be commencing with the next panel by 1:45, so please keep your seats accordingly.
So the need to have change, more change, right? Can be this is impediment failure. It's not there. I think it's not just yeah. It's sort of something really very good.
Hi, everyone. I hope you've had a hearty lunch. I'll request everyone to start taking your seats. We'll start in exactly 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hospital, we will join it until the entire discussion. But you will start the session. And I'm coming in 2 seconds. It's from India.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I please request you to take your seats? We're about to start our first session after lunch. So welcome back, everyone. Our first panel after lunch is on enabling seller growth in APAC's e-commerce ecosystem. This session will explore policy frameworks, digital literacy initiatives, and logistics solutions aimed at empowering sellers, especially MSMEs, to expand their global reach. Unfortunately, our chair, Mr. Sumanta Chaudhary, had to go to the doctor. He's running late, but he'll join us soon. Can I please invite our co-chair, Mr. Pradeep S. Mehta, Secretary General, Cuts International, on the stage, please? I now invite Her Excellency Mrs. Chea Ratha to please join us on the stage again. Next, can I please call upon His Excellency Mr. Nicholas McCaffrey, Charge d'Affaires, Australian High Commission, India. Has Mr. Sir come? We'll just check. Can we please have Ms. Anuradha Kumra, Chief Advisor and Exhibition Partnerships, the Kunj? Thank you. And last, can I please have Mr. Srinidhi Kalvapuri, Head of India Global Selling, Amazon India? Thank you. He does the last one. Thank you, esteemed panelists. I now hand over the reins to Mr. Pradeep Mehta to take over from here. Thank you, sir. I think he'll be on his way, so we can start for his address.
Okay. I hope you can hear me. Well, anyway, good afternoon and welcome to this graveyard session, as it were. I hope you will keep awake, and my fellow panelists would ensure that you keep awake. That is more important. As a chair, I usually like to moderate rather than to speak about these subjects, because I've heard a lot since the morning that I've been here. I welcome Shumanto. Carry on. Right. No, I just started.
Terrible throat and bad fevers.
Anyway, let me welcome Shumanto Chaudhary, former civil servant and a trade negotiator, for being here. And he says that he's not too well and therefore he's not going to speak with bad throat. Now, may I come to the point straight away and start with Chea, Ratha? If you can please make your presentation in about, how long will you take? We have in total 1 hour. So what I would like to do is usually keep, as much. In the last two sessions, I didn't see any Q&A. Yeah, no, and therefore I would like to see that there is more audience participation in this kind of thing, and therefore I'm going to keep my remarks restricted and just moderate to the best extent possible. So, Ratha, over to you. About 7-8 minutes?
Yeah, less than that.
Less than that, yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again, because I just speak earlier this morning. So there's still, I see some new faces today, in the afternoon. So my name is Ratha. I'm a Secretary of State from the Ministry of Commerce, Kingdom of Cambodia. And thank you so much to Dr. Tipa for inviting me again to this second Asia Pacific E-commerce Policy Summit. So,
welcome, Nick.
Okay. Good afternoon to you. I'm Ratha. So I was saying that this is my second time, and thank you so much for inviting me again for this wonderful policy interaction and talking about not just policy, but we hopefully get action back to Cambodia, to other part of the country to participate and bring back more insightful share knowledge. So for this topic today is about enabling seller growth in the APAC e-commerce ecosystem. It speaks directly to our region share aspiration to ensure that entrepreneurs, especially SME and women-led business, is no one left behind in the digital economy. As you know that across Cambodia, women are the engine of the economy. Women own 61% of the micro, small, medium enterprise, and it drives our local industry from craft and food processing to retail and tourists. Yet despite their talent and determination, many remain excluded from the fast-growing digital economy. And recently, I'm leading last year I drafting the Cambodia first digital trade strategy. So with that, I have been doing survey across region of Cambodia to find to get feedback how women, especially women and other entrepreneurs, view on digital trade. What is digital trade? As you know that before we only talking about e-commerce, buying and selling online and deliver to your doorstep. But now digital trade is more than just buy and sell and deliver offline. Digital trade is including, like, that viewing, moving online, like through Netflix, etc., and also like digital payment, that buying online courses also I consider as digital trade. Anything that is order online and or deliver online, consider digital trade. So those are the things that we survey across the country, 4 main regions, from the coastal area to the hub of the economy. So we found out that women entrepreneurs have very similar common problem. That one is access to digital literacy, access to finance, and access to market. As we know that some of the women, they don't have collateral to buy their products, because all the banks now, before they need collateral, but with our intervention, most of the bank can use the financial transaction to secure as a collateral. So this is another step that we are negotiate with the SME bank in Cambodia to reduce the interest rate from before it was 7%, and now we be able to reduce to 5%, 3 to 5% on the special case that are women-led businesses. So under the visionary, as I mentioned, of Lukim Teo Chamnimer is my Minister of Commerce, we developed the trade policy framework toward 2030 that which have 5 pillars. The first pillar is focused on international trade. The second pillar focus on domestic trade, and the third pillar is focused on digital trade, which is the core and aligned with our Pentagon strategy phase 1. That is put digital trade as the center of our economic growth. And the pillar 4 is focused on the reform and progressive trade. And pillar 5 is on LDC graduation and beyond, because we are expecting to graduate in 2029. So these with the pillar 4, I lead the team to draft our digital trade strategy with focus on 6 strategy area with 93 policy action. Those are including the legal and regulatory modernization, digital infrastructure, logistics, and digital finance inclusion, and especially the digital skill and the human capital. As you know that without finance, there is no way to grow further. And also with the digital inclusion, rural e-commerce is, as mentioned this morning, that is very important to give inclusion to everybody. And we are right now working on a project called Rural E-commerce Empowerment Project that help facilitate the rural area to be able to go into the e-commerce marketplace. And we're using CambodiaTrade.com as a Ministry of Commerce e-marketplace to help as a pilot testing, and also doing a pilot sandbox testing on to see the policy that we put in place is working according or not. As you know, right now at Cambodia, we still have very high logistic costs, so they cannot buy our products because to test it's with very expensive. It costs like $30 for a kilogram to export nation to the Australia. So this is the thing that we are working to help promote e-commerce and cross-border e-commerce. I hope that today's session will be working together to harmonizing the policy trade, so cross-border e-commerce will be more easily cross internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ratha. This is very interesting. Very interesting, the 5 pillars that she described of Cambodia's trade policy. which is domestic trade, international trade, digital trade, LDC graduation, and the other was
Trade reform.
trade reforms as such. It just so happens it's quite a sheer coincidence. When Cambodia is very serious about digital trade, which is what I can vouch for personally. Only about a month ago that we had a panel discussion in the WTO in Geneva, organized by the Embassy of Cambodia. And I had the Secretary of State, not this one, but somebody more older, and the Ambassador of Australia, Nick, James Baxter, as fellow panelists in that particular thing, in the sense that it only shows the kind of seriousness that you have. And what I can see, one important takeaway is that how you can offer your own know-how of evolution of the state policy in leading to better e-commerce and better prospects for particularly female entrepreneurs, and that also from rural areas would be very helpful. Thank you. With that, may I now come to Nicholas? About 7-8 minutes.
Perfect.
What I'm trying to do is to, if you can, make your points as highlighted as far as possible, so we can have a better discussion from the floor and more audience participation. Thank you.
Look, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I was raised in a family where being polite, courteous, and professional were very important. And I'm afraid that I have let down my parents by arriving late, so I apologise again. And I'm afraid I have to withdraw following the delivery of some remarks that Canberra have provided. One of the great things about working for the Australian High Commission here in New Delhi is that there is so much going on across our relationship. But the downside is occasionally it is difficult to get out of the office. But I was determined to come and spend some time with you, notwithstanding what I know is waiting for me back in the office. But thank you for inviting the High Commission. And can I start simply by saying, noting I've only got 7 or 8 minutes, start by saying that many of you will know that the relationship between our two countries is at an all-time high. Diplomats often have to act as salesmen and women for their governments, but in this case, there is no exaggeration in saying that. The tempo of engagement and the level, the seniority of the exchanges that are taking place between New Delhi and Canberra have not been witnessed previously in the history of our diplomatic relationships, which go back many decades. That has been brought about by 3 key factors. The first one is the geostrategic. In a world that is undergoing significant change, we find that more and more the governments in Australia and India are seeing the challenges through similar eyes. So that is forcing us together. On the economic, India's impressive development in recent decades offers terrific opportunities, we think, for our companies, and such is the economic complementarities that exist in important parts of your economy and ours, that we are seeing rapid increased engagement between the two economies, with more to come. And the third, and possibly the missing piece in the puzzle up to now, is the what we call the human bridge. It's the people-to-people ties. And now with over 1 million Indian Australians in my country, which doesn't sound like a lot perhaps to you in a country with 1.4 billion people, but for a nation with just 25 million, that is a significant figure, and it is growing. And it, as I say, is probably been the missing piece that is binding our two countries together. And we are seeking to work as closely as possible with our diaspora in that bid to bind our two countries together. Now, I will make the remarks that have been provided to me. It's a privilege to address this distinguished gathering. Thank you for the invitation, very much for being here. E-commerce and digital trade have, we think in Australia, democratised access to markets and cut down barriers and transaction costs. Today, digital trade is not just about convenience, it's a key driver of growth. We believe that last year the digital economy contributed 15% of the world's GDP, and that is expected to grow to around 30% by 2030, creating some 30 million jobs. India's digital economy is, of course, experiencing rapid expansion. In fact, we understand that it is growing at twice the rate of India's GDP and projected to contribute nearly 20% of your nation's GDP by 2030. India is the third largest digital economy behind just the US and China. This is not surprising, with over 800 million internet users and over 1 billion mobile connections. And indeed, in the last month alone, some 20 billion UPI transactions. And can I say, as an Australian arriving here 2 years ago, I was staggered by your UPI system, and it's something that I use every day. It is truly fabulous. These figures reflect a thriving digital ecosystem, one that's open and globally connected. For developing countries like India, digital trade has empowered micro, small, medium enterprises, allowing them to unlock new markets, enable cross-border trade, and foster inclusive growth across all segments of society. For countries like Australia and India, this opens new doors to prosperity and partnership. Australia is at the forefront of the digital revolution, building a strong digital framework. Our digital trade strategy and cyber security strategy aims to create a secure, interoperable, and inclusive digital economy. Australia is proud to be part of bilateral digital economy agreements with Singapore and the UK, and also plurilateral agreements through the CPTPP. These agreements focus on reducing red tape and creating seamless pathways for digital trade through the promotion of cross-border data flows, paperless trading and e-invoicing, and digital identity and cyber security cooperation. We're not forgetting India and the opportunities that exist here. This is why we are negotiating a chapter on digital trade under our ongoing negotiations to conclude a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. Many of you will know that we are calling an early harvest free trade agreement, but we are pushing hard for a more comprehensive agreement. On the commercial front, Australia has enormous expertise that can assist with building a resilient and inclusive digital trade corridor across the Indo-Pacific, and I very much encourage Indian business to explore these opportunities. While speaking about e-commerce and digital trade, it would be remiss of me not to forget the single most important norm that has supported growth of the global digital economy since the inception of the internet. That is the WTO moratorium on the imposition of tariffs on electronic transmissions. Since 1998, WTO members, as you all know, have agreed to renew the moratorium at WTO ministerial conferences and preserve the global practice of tariff-free digital trade. For India, we think this has been foundational, enabling smooth cross-border digital trade, supporting affordable access to software, streaming, cloud tools, and e-commerce platforms. Crucially, it has also supported India's DPI ambitions and brought hundreds of millions of Indian consumers and businesses online, positioning India as a global IT and digital services powerhouse. And let me just say that that is becoming increasingly acknowledged and understood in Australia. The importance and value of this norm is clear, but this business and consumer safeguard is now at risk. This is the moratorium I'm talking about. And it would require consumers, we think, and businesses to essentially pay a tariff on electronic transmissions. Australia, as is evident from what I'm saying, is a strong advocate in favour of maintaining the moratorium. Removing it would negatively impact businesses and our economies, we believe. In fact, The economic losses would outweigh any potential revenue gains from levying tariffs. If the moratorium ends, tariffs might not just apply to ebooks and movies, but to software transfers, app downloads, even routine cross-border data flows. Keeping the moratorium in place will foster predictability, we believe, innovation and global inclusion, as well as delivering long-term benefits of a free and open digital trade environment. And so for this reason, the Australian government, Australia, will be advocating for its extension at MC14, or even better, making it permanent. And we trust others will stand with us. So in closing, let me simply say that as everyone in the room understands, the digital age is not a distant future, it is the here and now. And Australia and India have an opportunity not only to witness the digital revolution, but to shape it together. Australia stands ready to work with India to unlock the full potential of e-commerce and build a secure and inclusive digital trade ecosystem for our economies and our people. I wish you all the very best for the rest of the summit. Thank you very much for the invitation.
You're not going to go away, I hope.
I am going to go away.
Will you take a few questions?
I'm afraid I've had to refuse to take a call from our Foreign Minister's office to be here, and I need to get back to do that. Otherwise, I will be in serious trouble.
Your Excellency, can I just keep you back for 1 moment?
1 minute, but I really
1
have
minute,
to
that's
go
it.
because I'm
No.
already in hot water for being.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for taking time out. We're very grateful. Can I request Mr. Shri to present you with an export digest of Amazon for your preview and comments?
Very sorry.
And Nick, I must tell you that one dimension that I must add to your Indo-Australia cooperation is something which we just did in Sydney.
Yes.
A roundtable on defense industry.
Ah, yes.
And we had an overwhelming demand from the Australians to that.
Please do.
We had both our defense minister and your assistant minister there.
Yes, it's an interesting
You
part
mu-
of our
Did
relationship.
you read about it? No.
Sorry?
Did you read about that?
I
Okay.
did read about it, but not beyond the headlines. But yes,
Okay.
it's an area in which we are continuing to talk to India about.
Right.
Defense is a growing.
And
part.
secondly, I just wanted to correct you, that is not significant changes which are happening, it's the tectonic changes which are happening.
Thank you. I will amend the.
You know, after the Busan meeting
Yes.
of now the G2, we all should be very
Yes, indeed.
cautious.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Where's the camera? There's the camera right.
Yeah,
there.
correct that. You want to put it?
No.
Thank you very much.
Me to listen in Australia as well.
Yes. Yes, you're right. You're right. I'm one of the.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
And a buy and a sell.
Dr. Mehta,
My apologies. Thank
over
you.
to you again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, may I?
Thank you, Your Excellency. All the best. See you. See you soon. My apologies.
Not at all. You owe me one. Okay. May I request Anuradha Kumra? Another 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah. With permission of the chair and co-chair, is it okay if I have a dialogue with the audience as well?
Fantastic.
Yeah? Okay.
Fantastic. That's my style.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you so much. And a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Anuradha Kumra, and I'm guilty of having my my introduction on the printed agendas that have been circulated running into 2.5 lines. And I very, very carefully looked at every line and I said, oh my God, what have I got here? And with that, I'll introduce myself. First, I'm a professional with 3 decades behind me, but my first decade and a half, and Dr. Arpita left it as it's a special address, and therefore I can touch upon subjects which are going to be relevant today, was in academia. So I was a faculty at NIFT New Delhi for a decade and a half. And then I moved on to Fab India, where I headed business. My last position was as president of the company, handling their garments and accessories. And more recently, and why I'm sitting here very happily, is because I have a voice of my own. I don't represent any company, and I represent an independent position with companies like Shades of India and Good Earth Heritage Foundation, and more recently, the Kunj, which has got everybody's attention, of course, led by our very dynamic Ms. Amrit Raj, Development Commissioner, Handicrafts under Ministry of Textiles. I'm the Chief Advisor for Retail and Exhibition Partnerships. So with that introduction, I didn't know which hat to wear, so therefore I wrote everything, and here I am.
You want the audience to raise questions?
Yeah, no, I have a question. We are in a post-lunch session, and we're sluggish, and it's very understandable. And I kept thinking, what is it that will wake us all up? And I came up with APAC as an acronym for the 4 pillars that will define how I view the seller's sovereignty. Okay, and when we look at APAC, with A comes the first pillar that I'm going to be discussing, and I'm going to be just touching upon it the way I have experienced it firsthand in the business or retail field, and then subsequently now in the last 2 years out of the retail structured professional environment, what it meant to engage with the current ecosystem when it came to what held the seller's attention to be successful. So what, as in your mind, would be that one thing as consumers, now wear the consumer hat because I'm talking the seller's story, would connect you to the possibility of engaging with a new brand, with a new opportunity that you see digitally, and I'm talking only digitally. On digital platform, e-commerce platform, what is that one thing that attracts you to engage with that organization? It could be for B2C, it could be for B2B, business to business or business to consumer. So anybody, it could be anything. So it could be something true to you, and then I'll take it from there.
Volunteers?
Yeah, can I have, because this is important, because I'm going to be, sorry?
Value of the products or services and the quality that.
Quality and value, great. Brand story, you hit it. I didn't expect to hit so quickly because that's my first A. The first A comes from authentic brand story or storytelling. So I'm going to be talking about the sellers, what makes, I'm not going to give you any gyan on, what are the key takeaways, but this is how I view it for the informal and formal sector. And and this is a gender neutral view. I'm not focusing on women entrepreneurs and so on, but I'm basically telling you, if we were to look at from a seller's lens, and I have my colleague who'll be giving a presentation very soon. We've had people from talking about policy. So for me, the first A comes the authentic storytelling. If you have an authentic story to tell in today's world where AI would give you a story in a minute, the consumer is able to quickly sieve through what's authentic, what's not. So please, from a seller's lens, storytelling, like you see it, is very important. I'll give you one example. I met very recently a young, dynamic designer entrepreneur, Parth Parekh, and he has a company called, a brand called Design Clinic India. And what he did, unabashed, he wasn't apologetic at all. He came up and said, you know what, and he's doing phenomenally well. It's over $4 million revenue that he's talking about today in less than a decade, in a field which is primarily home and lifestyle, lighting and furniture products. He is inspired by India, and he looks at the last possible unlikely inspiration that you're going to pick up as an inspiration and convert that into a product. And that has resonated hugely for his business in India and abroad and with consumers as well. So look him up. I'm not that I've engaged with him professionally, but I was inspired because we were on a panel together and I thought that story had to be told. How simply taking, let's say, a full market of mandi or a flower market for wholesale, he's just picked up and converted those furnitures. Literally, you want to touch them to feel whether it's marigold or not. Genda to nahi hai ye. Am I sitting on a flower? That's how close he came. And he told his story fantastically. So telling your story is the first. Second, ambition. Ambition for a seller has to be absolutely respected and defined to understand your boundaries and possibilities of the level that you can go on. Awareness is extremely important from a landscape perspective. What is the current landscape which is changing almost by the minute, by the a month, by the week? Awareness of the landscape that you are operating. Who's your competition? Are you looking at being in domestic or international? Are you within domestic looking at the last thing that people think has potential online is everybody wants to be in a mid and upper mid market, thinking that that's where the money is. But the mass market, the volume market, which is absolutely available for grabs, which is also regional in its nuance, is hugely available for platforms like Amazon to many others to work, and also awareness towards demand forecasting. What is the forward view on the demand or the category that you work is going to be available for business opportunities. I'll come to the rolling forecast a little later. And then access. Yeah, access to credit and access to knowledge. So for a seller, a lot of times we're talking about informal and formal segment. Informal segment, when gets into this whole game of being a seller on any of the platforms, looks for understanding where the credit is going to come from. And of course, knowledge about various aspects of the business. The next pillar, because we're talking about APAC, is P. So P would be, what would be my first P? Positioning. I think positioning becomes extremely important to know which level of the market, which level of the business are you going to be positioned? Mass, mid, or bridge to luxury, which is one of the fastest growing and most underestimated business sector. Are you going to be in that, which is also sometimes referred as quiet luxury, and of course then the luxury segment. Policy, I'm not going to talk about. Another P in the whole dynamics is policy. Of course, there have been many discussions, and I won't touch upon that. But
2 minutes?
Yes, I have only 2 minutes. No, I have lots to say. Pride. So my next P is pride. I worked very hard to make this lively so that everybody gets the woken up factor and also takes something away from the discussion. I would say the next pillar is also pride within the P. And why pride? Because India has moved very consciously from being made in India to what? Made in India to designed in India. That is the current discussion happening in many think tanks. CII itself has had a couple of rounds of discussion. Designed in India is the ambition. And why should India not be designing? So that's the pride in the opportunity of doing business from the country, makes us perhaps think that do you want to reposition and design it and sell your design ideas more than just say, I can manufacture for you. Platform could be any of the platforms from a marketplace. If you are in a mass market, so it's a marketplace model. You could be independent, experiences or experience centers which have a touch and feel. How do you replicate that once you're online? And a quick example comes to my mind is of this young third generation woman entrepreneur from a place called Kutch in Gujarat. Mubashira. She's one of the young Lakme Fashion Week design winners. She's the first woman entrepreneur from the sector. It's a very male-dominated Khatri family of Ajrak printers. And her brand, Elysian, is something that you must look out for because she's done extremely well to put her story out. The next A is very simple, AI. The two words that are dominating our mind space a lot is AI. The faster we keep track of what it does to enable the sellers as a tool, and therefore that connects us back to the knowledge that we spoke about. These are possible opportunities for sellers to stop spending time and money trying to hire big teams, but look at how effectively you can use AI as a tool to enable your business. And last and not the least is the C. And which would be the first C, guys? Which could be the first C in the C? Which could be the first point for this from a seller's viewpoint? Consumer. Yeah, that's a very obvious. Okay, consumers there, but not in my first list.
Competition.
Not. It's down in my list. Which is the first C?
Consumer is the first.
Collaborations. Why I have put collaborations is primarily because collaborations today are a make or break. Collaborations within the sector and collaborations in non-competing categories of the same creative and cultural industries is something I have, in my experience, seen people who do not have access to credit, do not have access to means, collaboration does that for them. So to me, it's collaborations within the sector, as I said, or non-competing. Next, of course, consumer. Of course, we all know that. And content. The first point that we spoke about, authentic story, links this back to content and creatives. What are the eyeballs going to see? What is going to hold that memory in the mind of the customer? As a customer, we are very, we have no loyalty. Post-COVID, I saw the shift happening dramatically. And that's how my, Fab India was all about it was all about brick and mortar, experiences firsthand. And that is playing a very big role today. But this seminar and this discussion is about e-commerce. So that is the window that opened for every business. And the one thing that you learned was your content, which tells the story authentic, and as it is, so that the consumer doesn't feel it's greenwashing or it's craft washing, is something that holds very high on my list of the last pillar. Cybersecurity.
No.
And
please respect it, because I have to play.
Yeah. Okay.
I have to be even-headed.
Okay. Absolutely even-headed. And last one, I would just say, is cost, inventory. You are as good as your inventory. If you're holding inventory which is not moving, there's lots of gyan that we can discuss maybe over a cup of tea. So those are the four pillars. I hope.
We hope you get an opportunity to respond to some of these questions which you are raising.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I'm happy that I was able to at least bring out all the four pillars. Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair.
No, thank you. See, one of the things which reads in the agenda is about what was also spoken about by your colleague from the Textile Commissioner in the pre-lunch session about clusters. Now, of course, she didn't speak about clusters, at least for you it has been mentioned. Now, my own experience is that we have parallel successful experiments going on in the country. The farmer-producer organizations under the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, is a very good model which could be even followed by the handicraft sector.
Yeah. Very good examples of companies. Producer companies in the cluster, we worked very closely with them, and a great model.
Yeah, but that lady, I don't know whether she's still here. Amit, what
You talking about Amit Raj?
She just left. Yeah, I mean, she missed that whole, but secondly, I think you're underestimating or you're underplaying AI. AI is going to be a big disruptor. It's going to be a big disruptor, so we don't know. I mean, if you look at the kind of fake news which are now developing, and how do you expect a customer to really have faith in any product or in any kind of marketing jargon, looking at the fact that AI is now going to become a big thing. With that, let me thank you once again and request Srinidhi. Srinidhi, how long will you take?
15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah. I'll finish in 12. 12.
Yeah.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just thought that, our idea is that we've got...
Shweta, we will not protest.
Okay. No, earlier sessions you were here.
I was very much here.
There was no public discussion at all.
I'm very glad to be part of this post-lunch session.
Please.
All right.
12 minutes.
Okay, we'll try for 12, yeah.
Cool. Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very, very happy to be here. I think enough has been said about this being a graveyard session, sluggish, post-lunch session, and so on and so forth. Hopefully, this should wake us all up. Yeah. Whenever I have a public speaking engagement, my team is a little worried because, more often than not, I tend to veer off course, right? So today I'll have to ensure that I'm not veering off course. Yeah. But the reason why, it typically ends up happening, me veering off course, is that I've been in this space, in the Amazon global selling space, and I'm going to talk about it in a little bit. I've been in this space for almost 3.5 years now. And, not a week goes by, not a month goes by when I'm not amazed at what is happening. So that's one of the reasons why I tend to veer off course, because there is so much to talk about. And, that is why perhaps it will take 15 minutes and not 12. Yeah. So, we will get to 12. Yeah. So let's start with this. I think that, one of the things that, these gatherings, these brainstorming sessions are also about, it's about possibilities, right? And, I want to show a case study of a very real possibility called, Amazon Global Selling. And, what India has been able to do, what Indian sellers and brands have been able to do via e-commerce exports on Amazon Global Selling. That's what I want to talk about. But first, let's look at the, overall ecosystem and, what is the opportunity like, right? Now, all of you would be aware that, exports, of course, has always been recognized as an important engine of economic growth. And the government of India sort of said that by 2030, they want to achieve $1 trillion in overall merchandise exports, right? And of that, what they're now saying is that around 200 to $300 billion of that is around 20 to 30%, is actually going to come from e-commerce exports, right? For the first time ever, e-commerce exports was recognized as a separate category in exports in our, FTP in 2023. Not only that, there have been a lot of, compliance-related reforms that have been happening. A case in point being the recent EDPMS guidelines easing that happened, around a couple of months back by RBI. A lot of state governments are actually coming up with their own, export promotion policies, of which actually e-commerce exports is a separate category. It's very heartening to see that. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that it's a very, very real opportunity. The government has realized it. The central government has realized it. The state governments have realized it. All our statutory and compliance related bodies, have realized it. And, a lot of work is essentially happening around that, right? So who are we? Who is, within this context? Okay, this is the larger, e-commerce export, context. And, who are we as, Amazon Global Selling, right? So we started in 2015. This incidentally happens to be our, 10th year anniversary, 2025. And when we actually started, one of our pledges was that, we are going to enable $10 billion in cumulative e-commerce exports in a decade by 2025, right? $10 billion. Frankly, if you had asked any one of us at that particular point in time, please show us an Excel sheet how you are going to achieve it. We would be very hard pressed to present that Excel sheet to you, right? We obviously did not have it worked out to the last dollar. But when we started, we had essentially two convictions. One, that India has a lot to offer to the world in terms of its export and manufacturing strengths. And second, that technology can do a lot to enable businesses and make sure that businesses are succeeding, right? We only started with these two convictions. We did not really have it worked out to the last dollar. Now, interestingly, what happened was that around 2022, we realized that, hey, we really underballed this target. So what we did in 2022 is actually we relooked at that and said, now we're going to double this. We're not going to do $10 billion by 2025. We're actually going to achieve $20 billion by, end 2025 in cumulative e-commerce exports. And I'm actually very happy to report that we've actually crossed the $20 billion in cumulative e-commerce exports even before, the closure of 2025, right? So that's sort of, yeah, I think somebody was trying to clap. I think, yeah, it is clap worthy. Yeah. If you feel like clapping, please don't stop yourself. Yeah. So And not only that, now what we have seen, in fact, in 2024, even before, we were close to achieving this, in 2024, we actually revised our vision and said that by end 2030, we're actually going to achieve $80 billion in cumulative e-commerce exports, right? So that's the sort of, again, please don't ask us for an Excel sheet for this. It is still in the works, right? But if this has, actually taught us anything, as I said, these are the two things it has taught us, right? Because long-range milestones are never about perfect foresight anyway. They're essentially about structural conviction. And these are the two things that are actually coming true, that India has a lot of export and manufacturing strengths, lot to offer to the world. And technology can really do a lot to actually enable businesses, right? And, that's what essentially has been happening. We started with around 100 sellers. We have around 2 lakh sellers, more than 2 lakh sellers with us on board, from India, selling across, 18 plus marketplaces, via which they can reach out to 200 plus countries. So that's sort of, what is essentially happening. And, one of the things that we're actually seeing, I think Ms. Anuradha spoke about it, I think in terms of authenticity, in terms of, what you're offering to the customer, all of that, essentially, plays out in this kind of scenario, right? And what is very important to see that it is not a metro story alone, right? We have sellers and brands from tier 2 and tier 3 towns actually, making a name for themselves. We have people from Tirupur, from Karur, from Badohi, from Panipat, from Moradabad, right? And across, various categories, cotton-based home textiles, apparel, educational STEM toys, on health and personal care, beauty, right? So it is across categories and a very, very secular revolution at that, in terms of this being across, tier 2, tier 3 cities, across states, across categories and so on and so forth. What I'm trying to say is that, there's a very, very real case study of, e-commerce exports actually enabling, something like this, right? So what's our approach, to the entire thing? I think that, the artifact on which Amazon has always operated is the Amazon flywheel, right? And some of you would have seen it, and the Amazon flywheel is pretty simple, right? We say that, there are sellers who bring quality selection and quality products, seeing that there will be customers who will come in, which will increase traffic. Seeing more customers, more sellers will bring in more selection. And seeing that more customers will come in, and, so on and so forth. So this essentially becomes a virtuous, self-fulfilling, self-accelerating cycle, right? And, that's what we actually see happening today. From 100 sellers to 2 lakh sellers, in the last year alone, we've actually seen a growth of around 30% in our seller base, right? And, this, yeah, I mean, thank you, ma'am. That's, of course, clap worthy. Yeah. I love being clapped too. So, yeah. Yeah. So, and, that's sort of, what essentially continues to happen, right? However, I think that, while of course, the numbers are great, right? But, we obviously need to, go deeper, and I'm actually trying to maintain the sync with we actually need to go deeper and, go wider in this, because I think the numbers are obviously great, right? I mean, $20 billion in 10 years is nothing to sneeze at. 2 lakh sellers is nothing to sneeze at, right? But, what we, as we always say at Amazon, it is, still day one, right? Yeah, I mean, these are some of the categories that I already spoke about. I think, health and personal care, beauty, all of them. And these are the 10-year, CAGR numbers that we're talking about since our inception, right? So that's the kind of consistent growth, that we've actually been seeing, both in terms of a seller base, in terms of what they're able to do, in terms of the name that they're actually able to, make for themselves, right? So as I said, as I was saying, I think that, a recent Ernst & Young report, maybe a couple of years ago, actually puts the number of MSMEs in India at around $60 million, at around 60 million, right? And when you actually look at, our 2 lakh number in comparison to that, you would see why we are very confident of quadrupling our, commitment from a 20 billion to 80 billion, in the next 5 years, right? So that's what, we are essentially seeing. Now, so how do we, plan to do it, right? How do we connect, all of these dots? How do we actually move ahead? So one of the things that, obviously we have realized is that this is not something that either one entity, one institution, can do alone. And, this actually requires an entire ecosystem around it, right? I already spoke about, how committed, the government is, and, that there are some very real, meaningful actions that that are taking place, and meaningful reforms, that are essentially taking place on this. We're already out of 15? Oh God. Okay, give me a minute more. Yeah. So I'm almost at the end, I promise. Yeah. So we actually, work very closely with a lot of, government bodies, be it DGFT, be it the Federation of Indian Exporter Organizations. We have recently signed an MOU with the MSME Commissioner of Gujarat, and, we hope to sign a lot more. So the idea is that it is important that we actually, work very closely with the government, and, the government is, extremely, serious about this, right? We are also actually working on, so this is not only enabling, manufacturers and exporters as sellers on our marketplaces, it is also about realizing that India has deep, manufacturing strengths, and actually connecting entrepreneurs worldwide to, Indian manufacturers as well, right? And, so that is something that, we are also very seriously working on. In fact, that's one thing that we are going to be focusing on over the, next 5 to 10 years or so, right? So that's sort of the story of, Amazon Global Selling. And, as I said, I think it's a real case study of, how e-commerce exports, can actually enable, small and medium sellers to actually go global and, make a name for themselves worldwide. And, but as we say at Amazon, it is, still day one. And, we stay committed to the $80 billion target. And, we do hope that in a couple of years, we're able to come back and say that, yeah, thoda kam bol diya tha, now let us do $100 billion. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shri. With that, let me open the floor to questions. Yeah, please. Please do identify yourself. Do you have microphone here?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Myself Nipun Bansal from P&A.
From?
P&A, Purushottam Associates. We are chartered accountants. Srinidhi, India's e-com export is about $5 billion right now, give or take $1 billion over there. China's is about $100 billion a year. What is going to be the game changer? What do you think internally? Everybody across over here would want that figure to be at least 10, 20 times bigger than this. What can be done? What should be done to be able to achieve that figure?
Thank you. Just a minute. We've got only 5 minutes, so let me take a couple of questions and then we can go back to the panel. Yes, please. Hello.
My name is Ratha Prabha. I retired as Chief Secretary, Karnataka. So on retirement, we are floated an NGO for women entrepreneurs associations, and we are spread across India. We would like to work with you. Thank you. Because when you showed the products, those are the products which most of the women.
Oh, that is something which you can tell him at coffee break.
Maybe I won't get it.
Any other question? We'll take 2 more questions. I don't think you've woken up as yet. Yes, please. Khan sir, you raise your hand. You're stretching out. Okay, over to you, Shri.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Please identify yourself.
Sir, I'm a freelance journalist. My question is about the quality. How do the sellers assure the guarantee the quality of their products?
Right. With that, you want to say something, Shuman? No. Shini, then with that, I would like to ask you a kind of a supplementary to that question. One didn't hear anything about your investment in technology development or product development, which my own experience of working at the grassroots has shown that it is highly required.
Well, I'll answer that. I'll maybe go in the reverse order in which the questions have been posed. Maybe that's easier. I'll start with yours, right? As I said in the beginning, obviously Amazon is no stranger to using technology to enable businesses. In fact, in a way, the story of Amazon Global Selling of e-commerce exports is actually technology enabling businesses to succeed, right? Starting with, let's say, our fulfillment centers, which are, our warehouses, in the US. Let's say selling to the US, you can sell stuff to our warehouses, send it, forget it, right? Similarly, we have our own logistics product called Send, right? So the, which sellers can actually utilize, us as their, logistics, provider. We also provide a lot of tools, once you start selling, be it in terms of, demand insights, be it in terms of account management, account health. We also have, something known as an export navigator, which essentially tells you what your compliance and, statutory requirements are, right? So that is what we have done so far. And, with obviously Gen AI coming in, and you rightly point out that, Gen AI is, going to be a massive game changer, right? And, we do recognize that. And even at an Uber level, if you would see, AWS, of course, has been at the forefront of this revolution, right? We have Amazon Bedrock, we have a bunch of such tools that we provide, where people can actually plug into them and build their own Gen AI applications. For our sellers, there are a bunch of Gen AI applications that we are working on. Be it in the area of account health, again, be it in the area of ML, ML-based, data science-based predictions of, inventory, account health, and so on and so forth, right? So to answer that in a nutshell, I mean, this is a story of technology enabling businesses, and Gen AI, you're right, is going to be a huge disruptor. And, we like to believe that we are sort of at the forefront of that.
So related to product quality, are you investing anything in product development?
We are a marketplace,
Yeah.
right? So this is actually our sellers who list their products on their marketplace. So we're not really talking about Amazon retail in the US right now, right? We are talking about Amazon Global Selling. Again, for everybody's clarity, Amazon Global Selling, we are a marketplace, right? Any seller can list their stuff on, .com, right? So the product innovation, when you're talking about that, is actually bought in by our sellers, our brands, our seller partners, and, brand partners, right? And I'm going to answer that question as well, right? So there are 2 or 3 things. One, of course, is that the rating and review system that we have in itself, actually surfaces good products, either the good quality of the product, or some of the problems that previous customers may have faced, and so on and so forth, right? So that is to begin with. Now, but also let me clarify that this is not a static or a point in time thing that it needs to be done, that it evolves over a period of time. And let me assure you that year on year, Amazon actually invests a lot. I cannot talk about the exact numbers here, right? But let me assure you that we do invest substantial amounts in ensuring that our customers get the right quality products across, right? And you're absolutely right. It is a situation of our own reputation with our customers, right? And customer obsession is our first leadership principle, right? So so we do keep investing into that, and every year we do get better on it. But to begin with, of course, you have seen the rating and review system, which to begin with is a great way for customers to sort of differentiate, right? Answering the other question on what is going to the comparison with China, I believe, right? Now I am no economist, so I'm no expert on comparisons, but I think and comparison-based conversations are also I think more than a comparison-based conversation, perhaps if you could have a capability-based conversation, which is far more productive and forward-looking, right? And some of those things I already spoke about in the beginning. how government is, actually looking at this particular area, right? And everything, I think, starts with intent and recognition. And, which has already happened. In 2023, as I said, e-commerce exports was recognized. There's a very specific target that's been carved out for, e-commerce exports. There are a lot of statutory, because what essentially happens is that fundamentally a B2C export business is fundamentally different from B2B export business in the sense that you are sending inventory in anticipation of sale. You perhaps end up doing a little more paperwork than a B2B, and so on and so forth, right? And the recent easing of the RBI guidelines actually indicate that, that recognition is today there. And, that I think is a great step forward. So, yeah, I mean, we do continue to build those capabilities and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me. No, it will be very unfair because we have to close also. Anuradha?
Not necessarily from one company. A lot of good work happens to answer the quality part, and who the audience also asked is having field offices and training hands-on. A customer who wants X thing is the buyer's prerogative to figure out and understand what needs to be done. Product development happens at a grassroots level. Product development nuances need to be understood from technicalities. Technicalities lead to quality control, and that investment at the grassroots level, I've dealt with almost clusters which aggregated to 30,000 plus artisan at grassroots level, is the bedrock of success. And that you'll be amazed how indigenously the participating artisans come up with solutions of saying, if this is your norm, I can't do it. Like trying to change the dimension of a sari in Narayanpet, impossible. They will fold it in the way you want. Amazon, any other marketplace can say whatever they want on this. They will then come up with a solution which will be a midway, but it will be a solid solution. So that is the knowledge partnership and training that is extremely important, and it works fantastically if done correctly.
Thank you very much. Over to you. Any comments? No, do you have any reactions to what we just discussed? Well, Amazon also works in Cambodia.
No,
not yet. Okay, right. So that, let me thank all of you once again, and over to the organizers.
No, thank you, Dr. Mehta, for running such a tight ship. And pretty sure this wasn't sluggish at all. I would like to just take one moment, the fantastic presentation that Mr. Srinidhi gave. We will definitely be sending copies to all the dignitaries in India once it's launched. But for all our foreign dignitaries, can I please invite you to the stage for Mr. Srinidhi to give a copy of the thing? So can I please have Mr. Yan Doval, Mr. Sung Hyun Raha, and Mr. Shunmukh Keritho to come up on stage, please. And ma'am, for you as well. We can do it in front, I think that would be better.
Okay.
I'm not keeping too much.
Ma'am, if you could please.
So, only for foreign.
Ms. Sinanayake, can you please come up?
And can we have one for the two open chairs that we have, rest you can do it.
Absolutely.
Did Chea get her copy?
Did you get a copy? Not yet. Let me just. Oh, man.
You read a copy?
Shri. No. Ma'am, please.
Thank you to all members of the panel. It was quite an enriching discussion and woke us up all from our slumber. I would now like to begin. I request all members of the audience to kindly take your seat as we prepare for the next session. We will now be commencing with the second panel. The panel would be titled Unlocking Investment Opportunities in Technology and Trade for Cross-Border E-Commerce in the APAC region. It will explore strategic investments in high-impact technologies like AI, blockchain, advanced logistics, and highlight how to catalyze seamless cross-border e-commerce growth in the region. I now invite our moderator, Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, Director General, Research and Information System for Developing Countries. Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Damu Ravi, Retired Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Joining us for an enriching panel discussion would be Mr. Sung-hoon Ramaha, Director, Korean Trade Network. Mr. Sanjay Notani, Senior Partner, ELP, Economic Law Practice, would be joining us virtually. I also request Ms. Shumi Lin, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, UPS Asia Pacific, who will also be joining us virtually for this panel. So now I hand over the session command to you, Professor Sachin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request audience to please settle down. I request all of you. And thank you, organizers, for inviting me to moderate this session. Thank you very much. And let me also confess one thing that I don't know much about e-commerce. I not worked on this area. That's why I'm saying this is very easy to moderate the session rather than experts speak on that issue. But yes, this e-commerce they're playing extremely important role. There no doubt. And sometimes I also feel like if I share my... Okay, thank you. 1 minute. There are so many. Okay. Yeah, I'll just also share my personal thing that sometimes I feel that with this e-commerce, even in the morning, you don't need the alarm clock. Sometime in the morning, someone call you and okay, you have the delivery. And sometimes you are in a meeting and then you are from home, you get one call, okay, please share the OTP when you are deep into the meeting. So this is the one thing which I would like to share. But that's the one thing that e-commerce now is the part and parcel of our life that we can't deny. And e-commerce playing and can also play extremely important role in international trade. So that's the one point. The second point is that now across the country, whether it's Asia, Africa, or in America, all countries, they are investing a lot in AI, blockchain to facilitate international trade through e-commerce as well. So these are extremely important area which RI is also working at the moment, and we also look forward to go deep into this area with collaboration with all the researchers. But there are opportunities, but there are also challenges in the e-commerce domain as well. And so this technology, whatever the e-commerce or this technology, this also demand that there need to be a robust legal framework, smart regulatory alignments, and forward-looking investment policies. So these are some of the areas are there. But to enhance export through the e-commerce, but we need trust, we need transparency, and we also, if we are together, we can go ahead and achieve our exports or enhance our export. And with this, we have the distinguished our panelist with us. That is really, I am very honored to moderate this session. And before I wanted to share few things that because it's just only 1 hour session, let's stick to the timing. And I will request, first of all, Shri Damu Raviji, who was the Secretary ER in the Ministry of External Affairs, with whom I worked a lot. And I also learned a lot from him over the period of time. So, sir, I request you to please deliver special address. Yes, over to you, sir. You have, sir, 10 minutes. Sir.
Okay.
Sure, sir.
Please, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Exceed. Well, good afternoon to all of you, and I'm now very, very time conscious of this because it's a very distinguished panel. I don't want to come between you and the panelists. So what I'm going to touch upon straight away is the policy level issues. I being at the time when I was in Commerce Ministry handling the WTO issues, and then thereafter in the Ministry of External Affairs on the economic trade policy, economic diplomacy issues. So I think the value and importance of e-commerce has already been discussed, that I'm sure in the morning session and subsequently in this post-lunch session also, there's quite a lot of awareness and a lot of exchange of views on that. But I think just to put in context, the value of the e-commerce today around the world is something in the tune of $28 trillion, and it's expected to go by 2033 to $214 trillion. And in terms of the actual e-commerce cross-border is said to be about $6.42 trillion. And by 2030, that's going to go up to $83 trillion. So where does the APAC, the APAC, the Asia Pacific region is constituting about 1/3, if not more than that, of the entire pie of this e-commerce thing. So just to put this into the context of today's discussion of the subject. Now, how do we see e-commerce itself? In my view, it's traditionally a trader moving into a different platform. It's actually a trader. A trader in the traditional sense, we understand that he's facilitating commerce across borders or within the country. And then he has now become a big player with infusion of technology and the technology interface. That movement of goods across borders is even enhanced and multiplied. And that's why we see here today the Amazons, the Flipkarts, and many other global players. They become global, moving trillions of dollars of trade across borders. Now, what are the enablers? The important part of the enablers from the e-commerce is actually GVCs, the global value chains. The countries that understand the value of the global value chains actually provides and facilitates the e-commerce. The second is, again, of course, today's discussion of the paperless trade, the electronic means that you use for trade. And that also has another interesting element, which is fighting climate change. And we have to understand that its value in that sense of it. Countries that usually have a mutual recognition, understanding of these platforms and these procedures, they actually enable e-commerce more. So which means we come to that harmonization aspect of the procedures and rules and regulations. Benefits, of course, it's in today's age of unilateral tariffs that we are facing, that the world is facing, just not a few countries, but more so the developing countries that are at the receiving end of the unilateral tariffs, e-commerce actually helps more. Why? Because it reduces costs, the logistic costs, it brings in competitiveness, and it brings down the price at a time when you need to bring down the price because the tariffs naturally add on to the cost to the consumer, and then it also creates inflationary effect on the product. So in all that understanding of it, the e-commerce helps immensely. Then the most important is the MSME itself. The big industry can manage, but remotely situated and located MSMEs are immensely benefited out of this e-commerce because you are not dealing with a brand product, but you're actually dealing with a non-brand products as well, and not so known in the marketplace, but their products are able to come onto the platform, and that is available to the world to be able to buy them. That's a big advantage. So in other sense, that there is a third element to it is actually time. Time for a businessman is actually money. And there, if this movement of goods are happening seamlessly across borders, it actually helps an entrepreneur even more. So what we see here, the end result of it is both businessness, manufacturers, and consumers are benefiting in the whole game of it. So where does India stand? I think what we see today, we are talking about paperless trade, the e-commerce. Actually, we're part of the TFA, the Trade Facilitation Agreement. Many of the provisions were part of that, which were fraught extensively before it became a WTO rulebook in 2017, and where India played an important role there. But we took a long time to understand its merit, partly because the policy level, there was no clarity and imagination as to how it will even out at a later stage and the benefits into the future. That's because, we were very conservative. That was one of the limiting factors. So we signed on to it, but we ratified it much later. The other element we had not foreseen is the ability of the Indian e-commerce players to be able to compete with the global players. I think that again was lacking in imagination in our case. Today, the Olas, the Blinkits, the Zomatos, Zeptos, all of them are competing with global players and doing very well. And I think they're giving them a run for the money. That is, again, we have not foreseen that Indian players can also be global players, which is why today when we talk about moratorium and the WTO on the e-commerce, and then pegging it to the non-violation complaints, that's again a limitation in the way we understood trade happening across borders. That's because we always thought that India is a large market and everybody is out to take our markets. It's not so. If you have to open up the markets for the e-commerce, if you had the foresight to it, the technology will automatically flow. The trade will automatically happen. India could be actually a hub for e-commerce to be able to export products out of this country. That imagination we did not have. I think slowly at the policy level that is sinking in, and that is how we've realized that today when Amazon is talking about taking about $5 billion of exports and then going on to around target of $200 billion by 2030, 35 is an ambitious target. So that's actually a recognition of the e-commerce value. But that is also because of the limitation where we see trade itself. Because trade by itself is not in isolation. There's the goods, there's the services, there's finances, there's technology, and the fifth dimension of trade is actually e-commerce. So we have to understand that how the evolution of the trade itself is happening on the global level. So countries that actually open up, they understand the future, they're able to adopt technology very fast, enable the technology to come in, and then able to be a strong player on the global stage. Look at India, what it has done. In the digital technologies, it has done amazingly well. You have the DPI, the digital public infrastructure. Even in the commercial arena, e-Sanchit, SWIFT, IceGate, and Gati Shakti. These are all the digitally enabled technologies that the government has introduced them and supported the industry to move forward in their businesses. So we have to realize that the future is very bright. It is just not India as a marketplace, but I think if you look at the Asia-Pacific region, the size is enormous. But we also have another responsibility. If you have to be playing the role of a global South leader, we have also a responsibility, a first mover advantage with the technologies that already India has adopted, introduced. These are low-cost technologies that introduced successfully in India. The second one that India is very good at is training. So training, capacity building, all this go together. And the last item that I'd like to leave with all of you is how important it is to be a rule maker, not just a rule taker. And I think that time has come for India to be playing that role very vibrantly. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, sir. And it's really very fantastic special address. And you talk about the harmonization, the cost effectiveness of the e-commerce, as well as how to empower MSME. So these are the very important point. And yes, India need to make the rules that I totally endorse your views, sir. Thank you very much for your impressive remarks. Now, I move to Mr. Sung. Mr. Sung, I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Sung. Okay. Okay. He is the director from Korea Trade Network, and with this network is working on digital trade leadership. And Korea's journey towards fully paperless trade ecosystem is remarkable. And your organization and network played an extremely important role in this. In this regard, I have one specific question. Okay, before that, you have 7 minutes to respond to this specific, and you can also share your views, your experience on that matter. That what are the lessons can countries in Asia Pacific region draw from Korea model to accelerate trade digitalization and investment readiness? So you have 7 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. As introduced, I am Sung Hun Ha, and I am also called Rama. And actually, I'm very happy to come to India, where I can find many persons with the name Rama here as well. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share the Korea's experience in digital trade and e-commerce innovation. I may introduce the company that I work for, Korea Trade Network, or KTNet. Korea Trade Network is the subsidiary 100% owned by Korea International Trade Association. So means the KTNet is the private entity, and our company was designated to operate the national digital trade platform by Korean government. And we are also providing the network and value-added services for customs and port. So the KTNet has been providing various kind of the trade related services, related to customs clearance and port automation, those kind of things. One of the recent development in e-commerce is something we call e-commerce fulfillment services of KTNet. And we've been talking about some bright side of the e-commerce so far. And actually, e-commerce definitely provide the huge potential for those SMEs who didn't have that kind of opportunity to reach out to other countries. But the thing is this, maybe the cases would be different, but now in the case of Korea, there are like 100,000 parcels going inbound and outbound. And the Korea customs are supposed to control the risk of the parcel. But compared to the conventional international trade, the number of the parcel that they have to examine is so big. So it's quite difficult for them to protect the border, protecting the countries, the safety of the citizens, and those kind of things. So what the Korea Customs has done was to develop, the construct a new bonded warehouse only for the e-commerce products. And then they have invested a lot of money to develop the AI-enabled X-ray system, so that when the conveyor belt process all those parcels, the AI system, they monitor the X-rays, and then they select with the potential the parcel with the potential risks. So there was those kind of the huge investment from the Korean government side to facilitate the e-commerce transactions at the border side. definitely in the commercial side, there are lots of fancy logistic system where the robots actually delivering the cargo within that warehouses. But then still there are some issues for the clearance side as well. I don't know the case of India, but in Korea, when you do the e-commerce export and then declare through the express courier, like DHL or UPS, they make a declaration so-called using listed declaration. So which is a very simplified version of the information that they are delivering inside or outside of Korea. And Korea Customs, because of the not enough information is in the listed declaration, they don't take it as the export declaration. So now the Korea Customs has introduced a new the measure, which is called the simplified the export clearance. And so we have three: conventional clearance, and the listed clearance, and the simplified export clearance. So the thing is this: the problem of the listed declaration is that because the customs allow them to bring the goods outside of the bonded area, that does not mean that actually they have took it as kind of the export declaration. So the problem is that when you are selling goods to overseas, sometimes your customer is not satisfied with your goods. Sometimes there's an issue with your product. So they want to return back those kind of goods back to the exporting country. The problem is because these goods are not officially declared through the customs system. When the sellers actually bring it back to their country, they have to pay the import tax. It's kind of quite a huge risk that they are taking. So one of the things, as I said, that is the simplified export clearance that they can take, which is actually quite a burden for them to add extra information for the declaration, because they are selling like 1,000 the product to the 1,000 customers, and they have to make 1,000 declaration, which is a huge burden. So what we did as the intermediary and trusted service provider of the digital trade, we have developed interface API with the major international marketplaces like Rakuten or Shopee or Lazada or Qoo10, those kind of major, the eBay, those kind of marketplaces. And when there's a sales happen, those informations are delivered to our platform, and then combining the seller's information, we transform this into the simplified export declarations. So we are helping e-commerce exporters to do the simplified export clearance. And by doing so, actually, we are helping them not only doing the proper export declaration. Actually, this information can be used for trade financing, and also for the trade, the tax, the duty drawback for the imported materials used for these sales of over the e-commerce. So those kind of the new services was available because my company playing the role as the in between the private sector and the public sector. We have been providing this intermediary service for both sides. So from our experience, we believe that it is important to develop the private and public partnership for e-commerce and trade facilitation in each country. And also it is important to have some sort of like a mutual recognition of the digital trade document, certificate, and procedures. Because so far from our experience, we have been providing digital trade services at the domestic level, but when we want to reach out to other country, making the trade data available and recognized legally at the other side, we need some sort of like a platform or the international regional arrangement where the government can work together to recognize those kind of trade data, same as the domestic trade data. So this is some of the experience that I can share with the audience today. Thank you.
Mr. Rama. Thank you very much. Yes, the context of Korea and India is different, but yes, there are a lot of learnings. But your network and in Korea, you did for trade facilitation. That is extremely important. And yes, there is always a knowledge sharing platform like this where we can share our own experience with each other. So that's fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, I move to Mr. Sanjay Notani, to whom I worked closely in few trade disputes at the WTO. Before joining RIS, I was with the Center for WTO Studies, and I was dealing the agriculture negotiation at the WTO for 15 years. So there I closely worked with Mr. Sanjay Notani, especially on sugar dispute. So we closely work on this. Mr. Sanjay, one important thing is that, yes, we need investment and also for technology enhancement in e-commerce. So that's the important point here. But there is also concerns about the legal framework or this regulatory alignment. That's also one important point here. So in your view, what India can do to attract more investment in industry cluster and technology sector? And you have 7 minutes. Can you share your views on this? And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, and pleasure to be part of this group. Unfortunately, I had to travel and I couldn't be part of the physical, but COVID has taught us everything what we can now do digital. And my pleasure to be in the midst of Mr. Damu Ravi, R.V. Anuradha, with whom I have always worked and admired their work. But coming back to this question, I think before we step into a bit about regulatory, I think there are certain sort of frameworks that we should first try and understand. Based on some studies, the APAC region's e-commerce potential, and these are certain numbers thrown by AI but not by me, is about $6.1 trillion by 2030. Now, if India and the global south wants to be part of this initiative and wants to be part of the supply chain, as Mr. Damu Ravi put it, because that's very, very important for us to be part of that, I think there are certain sort of things that we need to put in place. As we are all aware about SEZ, which is the special economic zone, but which is on the good side. Now let's talk about putting a model like this into a digital zone. Therefore, we will have to talk about creating and developing integrated digital trade zones, DTZs. That's the new lingos that we are getting to hear about. What does it do? What does it form part of? It forms part of about high performance data centers, clearly cloud infrastructures and cybersecurity frameworks, just to understand from that perspective. Then let's talk about the new rules of the game, which is being set geopolitically, which is chip manufacturing and semiconductors packaging units, because ultimately to run these data centers, you need some of these chip manufacturing and semiconductor units to power these. Then we can talk about AI, because ultimately that's the new technology technology investments, technology, the way innovations are moving, AI becomes very, very important. And therefore, to offer, clearly computing power and research sandboxes, those are important. And last and not the least, what is the topic of the day, which is e-commerce logistic hubs, which clearly are very, very clearly driven by automated customs clearances and blockchain-based traceability. And this is where I think once we have an ecosystem covering all of this, this is where exactly I think the regulatory frameworks then can help to work around it. And I will shortly talk about some of these other initiatives that we need to take around it. But based on my first experience, in a very, very limited way as a trade lawyer in 2018, when Reliance, which is India's largest petrochemical producer, along with Tricon, which is world's largest trader, had their first blockchain agreement and a blockchain enabled LC done in India. This is where we got to understand exactly what it means as a lawyer, definitely, but what is the meaning of all of this and why it is important? Because as Mr. Rama said also, today, if we want the trade to work globally, there are clearly certain compatible or mutually recognized things that we need to put in place. And this is where first technology needs to play that role, and definitely then regulatory is something that will come and cement it around to see how do we need to do that. So on the basis of my experiences working in 2018 and of course thereafter, one of the things that we were able to address this issue is that some of this documentation and payment mechanism and gateways used to take about 7 to 10 days. Because of this, we were able to reduce the transaction to less than a day. And that's one saving. Second, of course, error-free documents because it's blockchain traceability, so error-free, free from cyber attacks. And last and not the least, which is of course confidential, the amount of savings both the entities had because of this. And this, therefore, to my mind, truly is a sort of a zone that we should try and develop. And that is where I think things need to sort of move on. Second, clearly, it's always very, very clearly said that sometimes, adversity creates opportunity for all of us. And this is when Trump administration very recently did whatever changes in terms of the H-1B visa. Many of our clients from a trade perspective asked us this question, what are the options and stuff like that. And I, therefore, one of the things that what we will have to understand, and this is where with Mr. Damu Ravi's experience, both working at Commerce and working at MEA, I think it's important to try and see how do we repatriate the digital talent, what we have today sitting there. Because unless the whole ecosystem is not ready for them, I don't think any of them are ready to come here. And truly, the way I would like to see it of India evolving into the next century, particularly on the back of technology. And this is where I think it would be very, very important to sort of set up some of these sort of ecosystems around for them to try and, see how can we bring back all of those things into the country and get it rolling. So largely, these are the two sort of prescriptions before in the next set of questions, I will give some further sort of thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay, and you are on time. And thank you very much. And your prescription is well noted. And yes, the another related question which I earlier asked about the legal framework. One issue which always being raised about the compliance and the data protection in terms of the legal framework. So in this context, could you touch upon how data governance and privacy framework can be balanced with trade facilitation objective? And rather, you have 5 minutes. And before that, for a long time, 14, 15 years, we worked together on agriculture issue. Though it's an e-commerce platform, but Bali Peace Clause or India's food security policy, she has played an extremely important role in that. Thank you, Anuradha. Thank you. You have 7 minutes.
Thanks, Sachin. Thank you, Sachin. And thank you, ICRIER, for inviting me to this. Very honored to be part of the panel with Mr. Damuravi, Sachin, Mr. Rama, and Sanjay. Hello to you. Just to, before answering Sachin's question, I think, Sanjay, the only nuance I would put to the idea that you just mooted on the digital trade zone is that it really should be in the framework of the current geopolitics, the current imperatives that the country has. It's not something which is entirely trade focused in terms of external trade, but also internal. So it's more, I would say, a digital manufacturing and services zone or something to that effect, just catering both to the domestic and the international market. And as you correctly said, in terms of the various regulatory imperatives that need to be put in place, it'll naturally flow. There are already seeds of that in terms of the ideas that the foreign trade policy last year had brought out in terms of the district export hubs, the fact that we need to collate and consolidate the competences at the level of every district and have a bottom-up approach to the entire concept of encouraging growth in specific sectors, both products and services. Coming to the issue of data protection, I think we've really come a long way with the enactment of India's Digital Data Protection Act, and the approach that it takes clearly is more in terms of recognizing countries which have equivalent systems and protection, and to that extent would play a significant role and has played, I would say, in India's negotiations with UK and currently with EU on the entire concept of cross-border data flows. And this is something which we've always had a digital trade chapter in our FTA since the Singapore FTA, but I would say the one with UK that was concluded most recently, and what we will probably see similarly executed in the India-EU FTA, would be a consequence of the fact that our framework in terms of our own regulatory requirements are getting clearer. And to that extent, it will enable the taking of greater commitments. Where I think we perhaps need to move a little bit more is, following from what Mr. Damuravi said earlier, that we need to shake the conservativeness and the reticence on a number of issues. He mentioned, for example, the whole idea in terms of the moratorium on custom duty. And I was surprised to see that the India-UK FTA has actually gone ahead to define what we understand as electronic transmissions as not necessarily simply a software download, but actually extended it to streaming services also. I may not entirely agree with that because I think that's ceding a bit of space, perhaps unnecessarily. But the point that I wanted to make was we've actually gone to that extent. We are actually moving far ahead in our FTA negotiations. There is already talk in terms of perhaps even our FDI policy, which for e-commerce, which has been limited in terms of allowing FDI only for the marketplace-based model. And we are moving ahead to the possibly considering the inventory-based model as well. While doing that, again, the regulatory safeguards that need to be put in place in terms of provisions on the ensuring competitiveness, anti-monopoly provisions, having transparent algorithms to protect MSMEs and smaller retailers, having fair pricing regulations, particularly for small retailers. All of that need to go in sync if we were to consider moving ahead to something like an inventory-based mechanism. All of this, again, another very, very important aspect is, again, what Mr. Damuravi had mentioned it as TFA-related developments, the Trade Facilitation Agreement and its implementation. We have already seen legal developments at the domestic level in the form of electronic contracts, recognition of electronic signatures, and so on and so forth, but not fast enough or not rapidly enough to see it all tying up together in terms of a robust framework. UNCITRAL, for example, has been developing what we call the multilateral agreement on electronic transmissions. A number of elements of that we already see in the India-UK FTA. We need to translate that not just into domestic law and policy, but perhaps even replicate it at a wider level, and perhaps even play a much more proactive role at the level of the e-commerce negotiations at the WTO. Just one last point, the importance of, however, tying this with the issue as we have done on non-violation complaints at the WTO. It could be, sir, a win-win at the end of the day, because if we were to cede that space for a permanent moratorium, then in that case, why not ask for a permanent standoff on the non-violation complaints for the TRIPS agreement? Because policy-wise, that plays as much, if not a more significant role for the country. Thanks.
Thank you, Anuradha. Really, it's fantastic. You also mentioned about e-commerce moratorium. Yes, in next 4 or 5 months, we had the ministerial conference in Cameroon. This issue will come up again. And if time permit, I'll discuss this issue in the panel itself. Now we'll move to Miss Lynn. She is Corporate Affairs, Vice President Corporate Affairs, UPS Asia Pacific. And the companies like UPS, they are driving efficiency and sustainability across supply chain. In this regard, Ms. Lin, I have one specific question: how UPS global experience and how can advanced logistics solution and digital custom integration enhance trade efficiency and sustainability across APAC markets? You have 7 minutes, Ms. Lin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see the slides okay. I'm sorry not to be able to join you in person, but nonetheless, I'm really thrilled, and thank you to the organizers for allowing this digital dial-in to take place. So I'm Shumei. I work for UPS's Asia Pacific headquarters based in Singapore. And today I thought I'd maybe share with you some real-world examples of, why technology is so important to support e-commerce. It's maybe more urgent than you think it is, and hence I thought I'll share with you this particular choke point. I know a lot of the other panelists, we have many other enablers that we need to talk about, whether it's to support the flow of data and payments and goods, but I'm going to be focusing a little bit on the choke point that is the border, and hopefully that would add to the conversation a little bit. So these days, as you can tell, no one can talk about trade without also talking about the US tariffs. And particularly in India today, we're looking at 50% tariffs. And of course, recently, the US also eliminated its de minimis and stepped up enforcement at the border, making it actually more difficult for cross-border e-commerce to take place. In the past, if you were selling a product valued below $800, no duties were collected and your shipment would be cleared as a simplified entry, meaning you only, as a shipper or a small business, you only need to provide your shipper, the name of the shipper, your consignee, whoever's receiving it, what's in the box, and the value of the good. It was very simple. But today, all shipments, regardless of value, entering the US now require a much detailed declaration. I would guarantee you it's even more complex than what the Korean declaration would require. You need your HTS code. You need a detailed description that fits into the HTS nomenclature. So for example, you cannot just say it's a t-shirt. You have to say it's a woman's t-shirt made of 100% cotton. You have to say, you have to identify the country of origin. You have to, if it's a good that is regulated, you need to have your import license. Some goods, medical devices, for example, they even are asking for your GMP certification. So very complex things, even for really small transactions that people conduct over an e-commerce platform. Right. let's not even talk about the HTS codes. I mean, today, in the past, the US CBP system, the customs system, could accept up to eight different HTS codes. They changed it recently, and now you can actually put in 32 lines of HTS codes to describe that one product that you are trying to sell. What is the product, whether it's made in a particular country, it might have your own HTS code, whether there's any steel or aluminum, any wood products, and as you can imagine, anything can be impacted. So if you have someone selling a tin of cookies, for instance, your tin, you have to declare the cookies, which is food, which also then requires maybe an import license, but your tin, the percentage of steel and aluminum also needs to be declared. Think about how complex this is. The result for us, and this is immediate, it's a big jump in the cost of trade, not just from your 50% tariff, but also from transportation, from CBP fees, as well as customs brokers fees. That's 4 additional layers of cost on an SME. And they have to then price it into its product, or it impacts their profit margin. There's also a whole lot more complexity. For a simple, low-value, low-risk transaction, such as selling a T-shirt, for example, so much complexity of information that a SME, a seller needs to provide, that it may negate any of the benefits of making that sale in the first place. So this is, I mean, I think this is a very immediate problem that we are all facing. And the good news is that digitalization can solve for some of the complexity for both border agency, which we saw in the case of Korea, and the small business, right, that is selling. In fact, without digitalization, I will say you roll up your sleeves, forget about the US trade lane, because there's just not enough people you can throw at this problem to solve for the complexity of the customs declaration that small businesses in general have to make. With the amount of e-commerce trade that has ballooned over the last 5 years, no border agency, first of all, is able to manage the risk and protect their borders without technology, whether it's a simple detection of flagged entities or more advanced prescriptive data analytics and machine learning to determine what's in the box. For the operator, such as UPS, who has to manage both service to the customer as well as compliance to a border agency such as CBP, technology is the only way for us to SOP some of these transactions, to provide that predictability for businesses. But it's also the only way for us to reach all the small customers, right? That maybe don't command the amount of revenue that some of the bigger companies command as a customer. So technology is really important. For the SMEs, of course, that's the critical interface, right? For them to operate, to connect to the operator, such as the UPS of the world, but also connecting to the border agency, because a lot of times there are payments that have to be made or refunds that have to be made. So technology is imperative. So this slide, we don't have to go through in great detail, but just to give you a few examples of technologies and tools that have been developed since the beginning of this new environment of tariffs that are helping, and just to give you some sort of concrete examples of what could be done to help these customers. So the first is UPS Global Checkout, and it's really a tariff calculator and a fees calculator, which then UPS guarantees and then handles the payment of, and also handles the compliance around. So that is a tool that we offer to customers that they can then integrate into their system to help them understand what the landed costs are, and so it provides some sort of predictability for their exports. The other one is a tool within our system, UPS Export Assure, that pretty much helps you using machine learning with the accuracy of the goods description, which is so important these days for CBP clearance, as well as any other requirements that you need to provide depending on the good that you're selling, right? Might need certain export documentation, some import licenses. You might need a power of attorney if it's a more of a formal clearance that requires
Ms. Lin,
payments.
you have 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Almost finished. And then, as you know, with more enforcement that is taking place, there's more and more demand for data sharing between businesses, their first-tier suppliers and their second-tier suppliers, as well as shipping data. And I think that, again, is really the power of helping to manage borders if we can achieve that. I know that's a little bit of a loftier goal. So our 2 recommendations to policymakers, very easy. First, collaborate with the trade community, make sure it's feasible, make sure it's operationally feasible. There's going to be disruption, but once we get past that, we can then SOP some of these transactions. But so important to collaborate with operators as well as businesses. And finally, I think the most practical one is for SMBs. Governments should really help SMBs digitalize. And the most important is to go paperless. We talked about that earlier, but also to help them organize their data so that their data is then usable, which would then allow them to integrate into global systems. So I will just stop there and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. Thank you for on time. And now I open the floor. If is there any question, please introduce yourself and please you can ask any question. Sir, please. Your mic is not working.
So I'm Dinesh Sharma. I'm a freelance journalist. My question is for Mr. Ravi. This rise of e-commerce has a conflict of interest with the mom and pop shops, you know. So how the government is planning to resolve this issue, because the small shops, they are going to be affected by the e-commerce companies.
Can you please
Yeah. My question is about the movement.
Mic closer to you.
Yeah, a small shop.
No, your mic, can you close?
Hello.
Yes.
Now can you hear me? So this rise of e-commerce has affected the small shops, you know, mom and shops also. So how the government is planning to make a strategy that it helps the rise of e-commerce does not affect the small shops, shop owners.
We'll take few questions.
Any other question? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Ravi sir, regarding this e-commerce, I think cyber security is a big issue. Do you think we will have some innovation to resolve the problem so there is no frauds happening?
Cyber fraud.
Any other question? If no, sir, please. You have 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, I'm sure many panelists will be able to contribute to it. But I think, you know, this debate on small shops, the brick mortar, has been going on for a long time. But what we have to understand in the world of technology is that the creative destruction is happening and will happen. It has happened since a very long time, and we are witnessing it even more rapidly. So this year's Nobel Prize for Economics, Mr. Howitt, who got Nobel Prize for creative destruction. So we have to understand that there will be this problem. So how do we enable the small shops to continue? I think they will adapt to technology. I'm sure there is the Kirana shops and all that are increasingly adapting themselves into the technology and getting into the chain of this e-commerce. Today, the quick commerce is actually driving that and enabling and supporting the small shops and the street corner shops. I think adaptation is very important in this. And the second question about cyber fraud, these are all issues a part of the e-commerce problems. They will be there. But today, if you look at it, you know, the way our own banking structure, the KYC concepts, I think we have come a long way in addressing them. But notwithstanding that, there will be problems as well as when you're dealing with the digital world, the cyber crime will be there. But there is enough technology and understanding to be able to neutralize those shortcomings or the problems in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm getting some pressure from the organizer to wrap it up, but thank you very much. But if you have any question or remark, we can have our cup of coffee. And Mr. Sanjay and Mr. Lin, here coffee is very good. You are going to miss it. Okay, but thank you for joining us. Thanks all, Mr. Sung, Anuradha ji, Mr. Ravi, Ms. Lin, Mr. Sanjay for joining us. And thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for this panel discussion. I would now request all speakers, panelists to get up for a photo opportunity.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. I would like to request you to kindly stay back as we will be now releasing a very important report here. To begin with, I would like to thank Dr. Ms. Rupa Chanda. She was instrumental in supporting the report. I would like to invite our esteemed authors, Dr. Arpita Mukherjee, Professor ICRIER, Dr. Prabir Dey, and Mr. Khan to come up on the stage for the release. Apart
Chairperson, Mr. Bhasin.
Yes, and the chairperson for ICRIER, Mr. Pramod Bhasin, to be here with us.
Dr. Preetham Banerjee, who is one of our reviewers, and APAC Hussain.
I would now request Dr. Preetham Banerjee to please be on the stage. Mr. Afaq Hussain from Reef, Mr. Nyan Duval, if you can also join us on the stage for the release.
And can you bring over the report? And let me just to add to what we have to say, this is one of a kind initiative. Well, almost 3 premium think tanks of India, Center for WTO Studies, RIS, ICRIER, all of them work together. I don't think we have many such occasions where we release joint think tank reports. So I do hope that policymakers will take into account some of the suggestions of this report. So
I request everybody to join us for the release of the RIS-ICRIER Joint Study Report on India and Framework Agreement on Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and Pacific, CPTA, State of Play and Way Forward.
Yeah, we all are there. Achha, come to this side.
Otherwise, how will people know what to do?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you have met some of the people. Yes. And do you think Sachin has just taken over as the
We have met several times before, and you might have forgotten. We will now be taking a short tea break for 10 minutes and resuming with the next panel. Thank you.
Learn about PPOs and been serving. Anuradha has been working with us as he's not such a long.
I was going and all force were with the and now it was like a different world. I was just remembering that.
ये यान का है, ये प्रवीण का है। ये यान का पहले है, इसको प्रीवियस इन्वेस्ट करना है, और ये दोनों फोल्डर में है वहाँ पे।
खुला हुआ है ना?
हाँ, खुला हुआ।
We're resuming with the next session.
Isme-
Please hold 5 here.
ये प्रवीण का है,
खुला हुआ है ना?
खुला हुआ है, और ये यान का है, इनकेस बंद हो गया उसके लिए। ये यान, ये प्रवीण, ठीक है, दोनों नीचे कर दो। ये दोनों खुला हुआ है, ये फुल स्क्रीन नहीं कर दो यान को पहले। यान फुल स्क्रीन, बस।
तो ये उस पे कहाँ से आएगा?
कितना करना हाथ देना आज सूरज है तो क्लास रख के गया सीधे उधर ना रहो सीधा देखो इसको I better run back. That's how it's I have heard of the answer.
Can you find somebody who can fund us to do a survey, do a study that how the digital marketing is there when entrepreneurs we have trained around 6 I was telling her, releasing all this, probably against funding, but they can hear.
No, मैंने भी रिपोर्ट अभी देखा है। I'm going to
Ladies and gents, I request you to take your seats. We will commence in the next 5 minutes. Ladies and gents, I request you to kindly get settled. We begin in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. I request everybody to please settle in with your cups of tea and coffee. We will begin shortly. Anam, I have your sheet. I have your sheet. We will now be
We have the speakers ready. Kindly start.
We will now be beginning with the last session of the day. It is on unlocking cross-border opportunities through paperless trade. I invite our moderator, Mr. Kazim Rizvi, founder the dialogue. We also have a co-moderator, Mr. Varun Singhal, Deputy Commissioner Customs, with us. Sir, please, I invite you on the stage. In this session, we have two presentations for which I invite Dr. Jan Duval, Chief Trade Policy and Facilitation Section, UNESCAP. I now invite Dr. Prabir De, Professor, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, New Delhi. I would now request our panelists for this session, Mr. Tehseen Ahmed Khan, ex-Vice Chair, UN Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, and member of Advisory Committee, UN Next. Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Somnu Kiritho, Director, Institute for Information Technology Innovation, Kesasat University, Thailand. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Mr. Afaq Hussain, Director, Bureau of Research on Economic and Economic Fundamentals and Industry. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I now invite Mr. Prashant Sheikh, Joint Deputy Director General, Federation of Indian Export Organizations. Our last panelist for the day would be Mr. Bharani V, Assistant DG Foreign Trade, DGFT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. I now hand over the session to our moderator and co-moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay, thank you all for those who have stayed back. This is going to be the most exciting session, which is why we kept it in the afternoon. Unlocking cross-border opportunities through paperless trade. First of all, it's an honor and a pleasure to be among such distinguished dignitaries from the government, from civil society, as well as from trade experts globally and from India as well. We have a rich panel. We have Mr. Jan Duval alongside me. Of course, we have Ms. Dr. Praveer with RIS. We have Mr. Tehseen Ahmed Khan with us. Mr. Bharani V with Indian Trade Services, Ms. Somnu Kiritho, who is with Kestat University, Thailand, and Mr. Afaq Hussain with Bureau of Research on Industry and Economic Fundamentals. So what we will be doing is, as part of this discussion, we will be sort of going through understanding what kind of paperless trade is taking place globally, how digitization is helping the evolution of supply chain, helping in improving productivity, in efficiency, reducing cost for businesses, for exporters, and also understanding digital customs, automated documentation and mechanisms for enhancing MSME participation through regional cooperation to sort of carry forward and expand the scope of digital and paperless trade, and how can we unlock more cross-border opportunities for Indian and global exporters. And we expect from the panelists to have scalable solutions in terms of talking about e-invoicing or digital certificates of origin and even interoperable trade systems. And we would like to conclude with some best practices to promote inclusive growth and explore pathways for broad adoption of paperless trade. Along with me, we have Mr. Varun Singhal, who is my co-moderator. Sir is with the Customs Department. Mr. Yanduval was asking me if I'm from Customs. I said, I wouldn't mind being from Customs, but unfortunately, I'm not. I think that honor goes to Mr. Singhal. So, Mr. Singhal, look forward to sort of collaborating with you over this panel in terms of being a moderator yourself. We look forward to your questions and your sort of views on this discussion as well. So what we will be doing next is we have a couple of presentations. I think we have time till 5:10 or I don't know if 5:30 or maybe 6 p.m. Depends on how long ICRIER wants us to stay here. But I think we have time till 5-ish. So what we'll do is we'll sort of spend the next 10 to 15 minutes on two panel presentations. So we have Mr. Dr. Jan Duval alongside me, who is with the UNESCAP, and his topic will be on UNESCAP's paperless trade initiatives. And we will also have Dr. Praveer from RIS. He will be talking on India and the framework agreement on cross-border paperless trade in Asia and the Pacific, state of play and the way forward. So we'll invite Dr. Jan Duval to sort of give his presentation, and then we'll take it from there. Sir, over to you.
So thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Thank you to the organizers. So I was asked to talk about the ESCAP initiatives on paperless trade. So I'm going to do that, tell you a little bit about what we do in this area. And I'm going to go very fast because I think 10 minutes, I'm going to try to be below 10 minutes. And then obviously, if you're interested, you can always get the slides and then happy to provide more information via email. So just in case, okay, some of you still don't know what is ESCAP by the end of the day, right? I just wanted to put one slide with ESCAP, right? So you can see this is all on the map. All the countries in green are ESCAP member states, right? So for us, Asia and the Pacific is very big. It's very wide. All the countries from Turkey, Iran, all the way to Australia, New Zealand, and all the Pacific Islands. This is Asia and the Pacific, okay? For a region for ESCAP. And ESCAP is one of the, essentially the UN Secretariat regional branch for Asia and the Pacific. And so we cover almost any issues related to the Sustainable Development Goals. The one area that we focus on in particular, and since the very beginning of ESCAP, is trade, because obviously trade is a very important means of boosting regional cooperation and integration between the countries. So this is on one slide, the overview of what we do on trade facilitation and digitalization. We do three things. We do quite a bit of research. So we do work with think tanks in India and all over the regions on trying to develop new knowledge, including on the impact of different trade policies and different trade agreements and so on. And also we build data sets. On the capacity building side, we do a lot of workshops. We do forums like this one, also all over the regions. But because we are a UN Regional Commission, what we also do is we have a legislative role. So what we do is we bring all the countries together to agree on certain things and to develop consensus. And so one of our key products in ESCAP is actually on paperless trade, and I will tell you a little bit more about this. So I selected 8 things that we do, or 8 products or initiatives, and I'm going to very quickly go through them as they may be of interest to some of you. The first one, and this is on the research side, and it's now being used all over the world. It's called the UN Global Survey on Digital and Sustainable Trade Facilitation. So this is a survey that we're conducting every 2 years. In collaboration with all our UN sister regional commission and UNCTAD, to try to find out, to monitor the progress on implementation of trade facilitation. And it's very related to the paperless trade discussion today, and then also the electronic commerce discussions, because we have a big component on digital trade facilitation, implementation of paperless trade measures, of cross-border paperless trade measures. So if you want to know how well India is doing, you can go to the website, and then you will have a lot of details information about how India is doing. But I'm not showing that to you today. We have 180 countries, and we cover 60 or so trade facilitation measures. Based on what is in the survey, what you can do and what we've done before, we've built a trade digitalization index. And so this is just an aggregation of all the measures, the paperless trade and the cross-border paperless trade measures that we have in the survey. And so you can see, for example, automated custom system is probably the most basic paperless trade measure at this point, implemented by essentially all the countries around the world. But then we have cross-border paperless trade measures, which is about electronic exchange of data and documents across borders, not within the countries. So much more difficult to do. And an example of this would be electronic exchange of certificate of origin or of SPS certificates, right? And so we have data on whether those things are being implemented or not. And here, just one slide on this. If you look at South Asia, the small dots represent the implementation, the performance of countries according to the Trade Digitalization Index. So the blue dot in the South Asia column, right? The blue dot at the top is actually India, right? So India is doing very well with very high level of trade digitalization compared to all the countries in that sub-region, but also around the world, as you can see here. Okay, second product I wanted to mention is that is related to the impact analysis from trade digitalization and paperless trade. So since we collect a lot of data on the implementation of trade digitalization and paperless trade, we can use that data to actually conduct studies, impact analysis of what if you were to improve trade facilitation or paperless trade in certain areas. And so there is a tool that we're now making available to everyone, and you can access it. It's called TINA. TINA stands for Trade Intelligence and Negotiation Advisor. And so that's a tool that is developed to actually support countries in negotiating trade agreements. And so there is a small component of TINA is related to trade facilitation. And then we call it the Trade Facilitation Impact Simulator. So you can, once you decided which country to negotiate with, you can use the simulator to say, okay, what if we agree to implement together these particular trade facilitation measures? And so the simulator will tell you how much trade or exports you can gain from doing this, right? So it can justify some of your trade policy decisions. So again, a lot of details related to this, but I have no time to go through. Now, the third initiative I wanted to mention, and this is related to our legislative work. This is the CPTA. So a lot of CPTA has been mentioned several times by now. So this is a UN treaty on cross-border paperless trade in Asia and the Pacific. And the objective of that treaty is to facilitate cross-border paperless trade and legal recognition of electronic data and documents across borders between the countries that are parties. It has been developing quite well. It entered into force in 2021 during the COVID-19 crisis, because during the COVID-19 crisis, everybody realized, oh, trade digitalization is quite important because we can't trade because we are using paper documents, but we can't move the paper documents anymore. So we need to move the data instead. And so a number of countries then joined the CPTA. I'm not going to go into the detail of the CPTA text, but essentially it is an enabling treaty. So it's there to actually support countries in implementing and accelerating trade digitalization. It is not a treaty that is there to mandate which standard you're supposed to use, which countries you're supposed to trade data and documents with, but it's really a supporting, enabling instrument. To date, 15 countries are parties to the treaty. And so the last one, and it's highlighted here in the slide in blue, right? Thailand joined last month, 17 October. Thailand is one of the largest economies in Southeast Asia. In South Asia so far, Bangladesh was one of the original signatory countries, but we don't have other countries from South Asia. One of the reasons being, when I talk to those countries, that we want India on board, obviously, because I mean, most of those South Asian countries are trading primarily with India, right? So if India is not on board, it's a bit difficult for the other countries to join. So that's the situation. Fourth initiative, cross-border paperless trade gap assessment. So this is for the countries who are interested to assess, to find out, what they still need to do in terms of paperless trade. So it's not directly related to the framework agreement, because you can join the framework agreement even if you have not implemented paperless trade, right? You can paperless, again, the UN treaty is there to help you implement paperless trade. So Bangladesh, for example, is not more advanced than India, definitely in the CPTA, right? In paperless trade area, but it has joined the treaty already several years ago because it thought that the CPTA framework could help it accelerate work in this area. So in relation to that, what we've developed is a gap or readiness assessment tool. So you can identify your gaps, your legal gaps, your technical gaps, and then develop your national action plan for fully implemented cross-border paperless trade. So all this is online, and then we have a toolkit that was published with the World Trade Organizations, I think 2 years ago now, as well. So we do quite a bit of this. We've done, I think, more than 20 countries by now. The fifth initiative I wanted to mention on cross-border paperless trade is the database. One of the big issue in this area of cross-border paperless trade is that a lot of pilots projects are happening. A lot of countries, a lot of agencies within countries are doing pilots, testing, all kinds of things. But nobody is keeping track of who is doing what, and nobody is drawing lessons from this, right? And so in relation to CPTA implementation, ESCAP is working with the International Chamber of Commerce to actually try and compile all the bilateral and all the pilot projects related to cross-border paperless trade. So if you go to that website, you'll be able to find some. And if some of you are working on cross-border paperless trade and on one initiative you don't have, and it's not on the website, just you can actually submit it, and then we can add it to the website. Number 6. So this is if you want to learn more about cross-border paperless trade. This is related to our capacity building role. We have a very popular series now on accelerating cross-border paperless trade. This is cooperation with Asian Development Bank, with International Chamber of Commerce, and also with the World Customs Organization. We have regularly 300 people or so attending every webinar and on specific topics. So just to give you an example, the last one was on AI agents for trade facility for cross-border paperless trade. And then we also had recently one on verifiable credentials. So all the new emerging topics, we cover that. Doesn't cost anything. You just log in online and then you listen to the experts talking, and it's very, very informative actually. 7, e-learning courses on trade policy negotiation and also on trade facilitation. So one thing, we started those e-learning courses during COVID-19, because during COVID-19, we had a lot of projects to implement. We could not travel. So we said, okay, I mean, how do we deliver those things? So we moved a lot of our trainings online, and we found out that it's very, very effective to move the thing online. So we keep doing it. And now, for example, one of the latest courses we organized was the next generation trade facilitation course. We organized this with UNCTAD. We had 900 people actually taking the course, right? And the next course we're going to have on trade facilitation and paperless trade is a single window course for interoperability. I mean, to make actually single windows interoperable. And we are launching that course in December at the WTO, and it's a course with the World Bank. And so this is, again, very completely free, and you're welcome to join that. 8, I think I'm almost done, Paperless Trade Week. So because we do so much work on paperless trade, now every year we decided to organize one full week where we bring all the people working on paperless trade together in Bangkok. And then they can organize sessions, they exchange information with each other and so on. And so, and then we also have the intergovernmental meeting related to the CPTA. So the next one is on 10 June 2026. So if you're interested in this topic, you're all welcome to join. And if you want to organize a session, contact us early because there's a lot of demand on that as well. Concluding remarks. I think the gains from trade digitalization and paperless trade remains very large based on the data and the impact studies we've done, even for very advanced countries like India. ESCAP provides extensive knowledge and regional cooperation opportunities in this area. And how to get engaged, there's really 2 big ways to get engaged in this area in relation to our work. At the country level, essentially joining the CPTA is really the way to go because that's our main platform for intergovernmental cooperation on that. And at the individual level, if some of you have expertise in this area, you're all welcome to join as a UN Next expert, right? UN Next is a United Nations network of experts for paperless trade and transport in Asia and the Pacific. And I believe we have Tassin, we have Ramaha, which disappeared, Somnuk, and maybe even Prabia, I think, we are registered as UN Next expert there. And it's a good way to keep track of what's happening and contributing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Doval. That was quite helpful. I now like to invite Dr. Prabir Dey, Professor, Research and Information Systems for Developing Countries, New Delhi, on his topic, India and the Framework Agreement on Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific, the State of Play and the Way Forward.
Sorry, I'll just switch on my stopwatch. Thank you very much for the invitation. Let me come straight to the presentation. This is the report we released before the session on India and the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and the Pacific, which we call CPTA. three authors. And let me share the background. What's the motivation? What's the takeaways? Three things. And of course, I will present a little bit about the current state of play, like in status of implementation of the CPTA agreement as far as India is concerned. Now, the very first slide, we have at the moment, several disruptions, natural disaster, supply chain, global trade protection rising. So these are actually pulling down our trades, even though then the value terms, the trade volume is growing, but certainly there are big challenges. So the lever, if you need to put it up, then in the report we discussed three things. Primarily, cross-border paperless trade need to be taken up. Then regional connectivity and the digitalization of trade facilitation, which Dr. Yan has been, he has spoken about. Now, India, if you look at it, is in its performance, in significant stride that India has made, mostly unilaterally, India's trade facilitation, which all three of the authors, including Mr. Khan and Mr. Urpita, that it is in WTO TFA plus. Several, some of the examples, those who are following closely, that we have a national single window introduced in 2016, March. And from there, we introduced the National Trade Facilitation Committee, NTFAP, National Trade Facilitation Action Plan. Edition 3 has come in effect for 2024-2027. And if you count the 100+ unilateral reforms, please refer to some of our publications if you have an academic interest. The latest one is the launch of Bharat Ayat and Niryat Lab Setu in October 2025. This is the kind of digital interfaces for exporters and importers and civil certifying authorities. They meet together, so this is a very unique trade facilitation initiatives. And if you look at 98% of India's trade is routed through our single window, and we have presently 1 trillion export in goods. We have an aim to go for the 2 trillion few years from now. So digital infrastructure has been coming very often, when our finance minister goes into presentation in the budget or several others, dignitaries, and so on and so forth. They talk about the importance of digital infrastructure. But two things I need to add here, and you have been following them very closely, like the GST rationalization, which a few months back before Diwali it was done, and the custom notifications dated 24th October, where several of the custom notification in the previous couple of decades, they all punched into only one. So this kind of rationalization, unilateral initiative, is actually helping Indian exports in terms of their competitiveness in the global market. Particularly very important because you see the tariff profile all over the world. These domestic reforms add a lot of strength to our global exports. So these are basically where our paperless trade facilitation importance come. But you need to refer to the report to get a better view, and some of the publications by Brief and other organizations who have been very thorough and repeatedly talking about it. 4 major broad measures that's actually helped while we are doing the study was the Prime Minister Gati Shakti, National Logistics Policy, ULIP, Unified Interface Logistics Platform, and National Single Window Systems. Many of you, even though Somnuk or Professor Somnuk or Dr. Yan, they are even aware of those. I don't need to explain, sometimes what is PM Gati Shakti is all about, but they know about it. So it's, in short, the 4 broad measures which are very important in terms of moving towards an unified, comprehensive logistics arrangements, so on and so forth. But are they going to adding any ease of doing business? Any measures that we produce, are they going to helping our private sectors, industries, entrepreneur, business people? There are several of them. If we start talking about it, you need a whole day. What customs did, what other agencies did. Couple of them, that single window, and then even the email notifications, application of AI, tools, etc., etc. There are several of them. Indian customs they are implementing. We have identified and added them in the report. I skipped them because of the time. Let's come to from there. What is we talk about in the cross-border trade facilitation. That's the actually discussion here. But the table that I've adapted here, 2019, just before 1 year COVID, and there of 2024, that's the latest available. And there is a last column that talks about number of TF measures, which are not a cumulative number, it's a flow. Every year, like in 2019, 56 notifications were issued by our, DGFT. And 2024 till October 2020, 45 in numbers. So every year India is unilaterally, doing this, introducing. So I picked up this year budget where the Prime and Finance Minister introduced Export Promotion Mission, Bharat Trade Net, National Framework for the GCC, particularly for the Tier 2 cities, and warehousing facility for the air cargo. These are, very much important in terms of our trade facilitation, and many of them are paperless. And paperless, including the cross-border. Well, some of them, which are in existence, the EDI system, custom EDI, ISIS, then all the way, I don't need to repeating all them, but last two is the authorized AEO programs and IPR registration. So there are several of them we identify. In the study, what we did, we did a legal and technical validation, which Dr. Yan said in his presentation, that legal and technical gap analysis that we did in case of India. So we identified where India is actually lagging, where India is, what is the current status in the legal and technical status. Out of the all trade facilitation initiatives, we have, like that e-Sanchit or e-certification of origin certification, by online method, signing of AEO, MRAs, some of the joint action plan for the MRAs. So these are, very important cross-border paperless trade facilitation initiatives we have noted in the report. And given, India's strength, or you call the India's strides, UNESCAP in his presentation, they have identified India as one of the champions in that also 93.55% is India's paperless achievements, but there are gaps also it looks an average number 93.55, but when you talk about the cross-border component, it's not that much, impressive. So it also tells that we can actually scale it up by introducing CPTA, for example. And if you go by that index that Dr. Yan was talking about, that paperless and cross-border paperless trade, the last column is indicating that most of them is available in their report. The most of them that we have either fully implemented or some partly implemented, or some are, in the planning stage. I skip. Let's come to the last 2 minutes on the CPTA. In the report, what we did is actually 16 countries, not the 15 Yan. If you count them, many of them they've signed, and there are the countries which are having India strategic interests. Countries we have signed, and after signature they are clueless, like Bangladesh. They have signed it, but they really do not know how to take it forward. So CPTA talks about two things that Yan said very rightly. It is recognition, legal recognition, plus helping countries connecting with a certain group of countries, like 16 in number. It is not a binding. So it is the countries, they need to do volunteer, a lot of efforts, they need to take it up. Second is the zero ex ante, means before you accede to this agreement, you don't have to do anything much. Like e-bill of lading, e-certificate of origin, e-FITO, AEO, MRAs, those are in India in any way. India is doing any unilateral initiative. So getting into CPTA doesn't mean that country has to commit certain principles or certain reforms, certain obligations. No, it is purely, non-binding. Let's see what the gains. In the report, we have a very detailed section on the gains and advantages, disadvantages, etc. We looked at both strategic, non-economic. 8 points. It's I cannot go each and every point. But one thing is that our autonomous regime in trade facilitation fits very much into WTO as well as with the CPTA. So it indicates that we are in the right direction. Joining CPTA means our transportation cost, trade cost, time, and etc. will be further reducing. That is, there are some. I need to also add here the subject to certain conditions. Point number 3 is that there are, India can be a regional champion in terms of capacity building, like Bangladesh or Nepal or some other countries who are negotiating. India is coming here up after acceding to the CPTA, can provide its regional capacity building. Those are things. Plus, joining, strengthening in global value chain, the strategic benefits, etc. These are very clearly defined in the report. 5 things which are while doing it, our legal and technical readiness. We have identified the challenges and gaps as well, but 5 points need to be mentioned here. That India is noted for its electronic license, electronic permits, electronic certificates. But many of the measures, those need to be linked with the cross-border. This is point number 1. Point number 2, what is India is doing? Those need to be certified. Those need to be acknowledged by the India state partners. So certain amount of due diligence are required. CPTA is getting into it. That is automatically, UNESCAP Secretariat, their partner countries, they will be able to link up. That's point number 2. Point number 3, several of them which are India is doing on an online basis needs to be acknowledged by your partner countries, like e-certificate of origin. India has offered to all FTA partners, but when you get into CPTA, other partners, India has to negotiate either ESCAP Secretariat or India through the ESCAP Secretariat acknowledgement. Plus, based on the UNCITRAL, India's law to recognition of electronic transactions, which also need to be, there are some gaps here. I'm sure Mr. Khan will be talking more about it. The rules need to be added, adopted. Point number 5 is in a seamless cross-border paperless trade. It's a legal recognitions for our all trade transactions. That's what also we need some more, scaling up our efforts. To conclude, India's participation, what Ambassador Damurabi was telling in the previous sessions, that are you going to sit behind the fence, or you are joining there and then make the rules? So today, India was actually the country, and Dr. Yan can bail me out if I'm wrong, India is actually the country who's drafted the text of the CPTA. And then it went to the Korea, but we haven't joined it. So we were the leader. Why not you take it, getting into there? So joining there means that you can make the rule and you can be a regional power. That's what I would be, instead of 4 separate points, that's what, I take care is. Definitely the report indicates, with the help of Professor Arpita, Yan team, and Bhasin Khan, all we have worked in a team to identify these are the takeaways through a very scientific, like it was going to happen, reducing trade costs, strengthening GVC participations, cross-border regulatory cooperation, and capacity building, very important, and MSME's participation. So these are some of the takeaways. So it is a time for India to get into the Act, CPTA, and make, you are a real champion in the Asia Pacific, or which we call now in the MES term, quote unquote, called Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dev, for your presentation. So we'll quickly move to the panel, and I'll also like to invite Mr. Singhal to sort of join in. In fact, as we move to the panelist and we sort of come to Mr. Tehseen Khan, maybe before that, Mr. Singhal, I would like to have from you in terms of the initiatives taken by the Custom Department to sort of drive paperless trade. So over to you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm audible to the audience. I think today, as we stand on the cusp of a revolution that is coming into India with respect to e-commerce and cross-border, I think we have brief representative also on the panelist, and we can agree that India is growing at a 30% CAGR when it comes to e-commerce cross-border, as well as I think a total of $5 billion industry this is. And in this regard, when e-commerce is there, paperless trade, in my opinion, is one of the most important aspect of it, because in e-commerce, everything is e. So why not the trade aspect, and why not the customs aspect of it? And for the same, there was a study done by SASEC, and in that India is rated as amongst the top contender in terms of implementing things in a e-way. That means electronic way. So customs has been taking a stride ahead. I think we have, in terms of shipping bills, in terms of courier regulations, in terms of postal regulations, and in terms of any other processes that we are supposed to take in customs, that may be PGA clearances, that can be SWIFT, that can be the implementation of Turant customs, that can be the implementations of e-Sanchit for the documents. India is taking a stride ahead in terms of making everything electronic. With respect to the fact that the industry will support this initiatives is something that I would like to throw this to the panelist, because what I feel that when India is moving towards whether are we helping the MSMEs or whether MSMEs are falling apart, this is something that India should again ponder. I'm coming here with the perspective of one district, one product regime, where there are some very small artisans and tribals who are trying to export their products to America, to UK and Europe. I want to again throw this question to the panelist, whether that regime, and how can we take this regime to tribals and the districts of India where we have immense export potential.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal, and would like to invite Mr. Tehseen Ahmed Khan, who is the Vice Chair of UN Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business. So the UN CFACT has been quite instrumental and influential in terms of advancing global trade and global trade standards and developing frameworks for electronic data interchange and exchange, which enables seamless paperless trade. I think just adding on to what Mr. Singhal has asked and some of the initiatives which the Indian Customs Department is undertaking, I would like to know from you, sir, what are the main challenges when it comes to, adoption of cross-border paperless trade across the world, especially India? And, what would be your sort of suggestions and recommendations to sort of take that ahead? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And thanks to ICRIER for inviting me for this discussion today. You have seen the two presentations, one by Dr. Jan and other by Dr. Prabir Dey. And both the presentations underline two specific things, that in domestic front, majority of the countries in Asia Pacific have done a lot while doing paperless within the jurisdiction. But the cross-border is not picking up. What is the reason? The reason is that we are lacking in a regional or international initiative which provides support to mutually recognizing the electronic transactions originating from a jurisdiction and to be respected by other jurisdictions. This is one of the major concerns, that there should be an institutional framework which facilitates this, but it is not happening. This is one thing. The reason being that we have also observed, not only with respect to India, but with respect to many other countries, that those who have started earlier, they have done automation, not respecting the international standards in their implementation, but many of them have stick to proprietary standards, and that doesn't really give us leverage when we try to do cross-border, because that need to be supported by the institutions in the other side. That's the reason. This is one issue. The other issue is the data privacy, data protection, data security. All these issues have taken shape quite late. So everyone is struggling to do this. And the concerns thereon for everybody is that in this environment, when data security and other things are on the table, how to address this. In India also, when we start analyzing where do we stand, you have heard our friend from Customs and another friend sitting next to me in DGFT, and I had the pleasure of interacting with them for a number of years as to where do we stand and where we are. I find that domestically India is doing quite well. And you have seen the survey which says that in the South Asian sub-region, India is doing quite well. But cross-border also is not taking shape because of the fact that the mutual recognition arrangement doesn't exist. When I started working for the government for facilitating this, I noticed quite some time back, 10, 15 years back, that our IT Act do not provide for mutually recognizing a transaction originating from other jurisdiction. So that was an individual initiative that I had the pleasure of working at a office which had the reasons to do amendments in IT Act, and that was facilitated. So today we are compliant that if a transaction is originating from another jurisdiction, which provides the same level of comfort to us and complying to the same level of authentication mechanism that it should be accepted by a authority which is designated in IT Act, and that is done. But when it was done, from there we started doing one-to-one with many of our trading partners, which didn't happen because of the fact that if I, as a regulator, has to sign MOU with all trading partners, then I will not be doing anything but signing the MOU. The first MOU we signed with Korea in the year 2014. And since then, the second MOU has not been signed, though we reached out to all our trading partners because of the fact that it is very cumbersome exercise. That's how I as a director of this particular project in India, which facilitates cross-border paperless trade, reached out to UNESCAP requesting that we should ensure that there is a mechanism for mutually recognizing each other's electronic transactions so that it is not a cumbersome exercise. And it's great that the CPTA, if you read, the serial number 8 it dedicates to, I say chapter 8 dedicates to this particular provision. And that's how perhaps an individual country doesn't have to struggle to go to everyone to do this. And if you are part of the framework agreement and you are part of the CPTA, then perhaps the rest of the things will be simpler to address to, or you don't have to go to individual to do it. So that is the stage we are at the moment. And I do believe that if we have a mutual recognition arrangement with within this framework, then we are through with this one. When we do mutual recognition, I mean to say that mutual recognition of the trust services running in different jurisdictions and see that there is a compatibility between all of them, which talks in terms of digital signature or electronic signature compatibility in terms of time stamping services run by different jurisdictions, compatibility between accepting electronic identification of businesses, because this is something which is not addressed as on date globally. Uniformity in terms of addressing verifiable credentials in digital world of the businesses. These are some of the things, because if I am trying to transact business with somebody who is on the other side, it is very difficult for me to understand whether the fellow has credentials which are worth considering or not. So these are the things which perhaps this framework agreement will bring on the table, and we'll be comfortable. And once this is done, perhaps we'll be able to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan. Pleasure to hear from you. I'd like to go to Mr. Bharani V. And sir is the Assistant Director of the General of Foreign Trade, DGFT, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Sir, DGFT has also been sort of, spearheading India's digital trade transformation through initiatives, electronic certifications of origin. You're talking about automated licensing and trade facilitation portals, which the DGFT has worked on to reduce transaction time and also to reduce cost for all stakeholders. So we just sort of want to take that forward and understand from you, what are the initiatives DGFT is taking in terms of leveraging tools and paperless systems to really sort of simplify export-import processes and support small businesses. So over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me thank ICRIER for having invited me here. And I'm sure Mr. Yanduval would agree that because of what DGFT has been doing, India's standing insofar as the digital trade and the ranking on your index is also really high. So we have been amongst, let's say, one of the pioneers when it comes to some of these digital processes. We started an entire revamp of our IT systems way back in 2019 to bring them up to date, not just with respect to contemporary, but also from a future perspective. Some of the initiatives that we had taken were already mentioned. I will also touch upon a few others that were taken. To begin with, for anybody to import or export, they require something called the IEC, the Import-Export Code. Previously, people used to apply physically, go to the office and get it. But fast forward to today, the process is such that you start your online application and within 30 minutes, you will be able to start using your IEC. That is where we have come. Second, with respect to all the benefits that accrue out of the foreign trade policy, all the licenses, everything is got online. And it is not just that these processes have gone digital. Some of them, a good number of them, are also automatically issued through a system-based risk assessment mechanism. And the human interface element, the transaction cost, the time, everything has been kind of effectively brought down to zero. Then with respect to the certificate of origin, this is again one of the crown and the jewels of DGFT, because this was an initiative that was undertaken during the COVID period, because it was very, very difficult for people to take out physical certificates of origin, go at the customs, and the entire lead time would then just blow out. I think the system was designed within a few days, and today every certificate of origin is to be digitally issued. We have all the chambers of commerce in there. Some countries also accept our digital certificates of origin based on the mutual recognition agreements we have with them, for example, like Korea. Apart from that, this is all on the regulatory side of this story. Previously, the focus of DGFT was probably largely towards regulation, but now we are also a trade promoter. And from that perspective, we launched something called the Trade Connect e-platform. And this particular platform is meant to serve as that single source of information for exporters across a range of information domains, starting from who's my buyer. Let's say India gets into an FTA. What is the impact for me as a business as a result of that FTA? What are the opportunities that arise for me? Everything is available on a portal. One issue that sir mentioned about, for example, if there is a potential buyer abroad, I would like to do a prospecting of the buyer. How do I know that he is a genuine one? There are startups that actually have these kind of services. We are onboarding the startups onto these platforms, and then it shows up as a lead for a potential seller from India. So a lot of work on the digital domain is happening. The last initiative that I would like to talk about is the Bharat Ayat Niryat Lab Setu. that again Dr. Prabir they had briefly referred to. It is going to effectively culminate into being a marketplace of tests for exporters and different labs to offer their services. It will also end up creating a huge repository of data with respect to the testing requirements for different kind of products. So, I mean, this is where we are here today, and I think the future has a lot in store as well. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure to hear from you. We'll go to Mr. Somnuk Keretho. Mr. Somnuk Keretho is the Director for Institute of Information Technology Innovation, Kesat Sart University, Thailand. And, would love to understand from you, sir. Thailand has been an early adopter of paperless trade and, of course, digital initiatives, cross-border paperless trade, electronic document exchange, customs modernization, etc. So maybe a little bit about Thailand's experience in implementing these digital trade systems, and how do you streamline customs and improve logistics processes? So over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. It is really my privilege and honor for the opportunity to participate and share some lessons. But Chairman, however, 5 minutes is indeed quite difficult for me to address implementation issues in any detail. I mean, as a professor, maybe it is better for me to talk for 3 hours. But however, I would highlight at least one key message from Thailand's experience. And of course, this is from my own 30 years work in various roles in this paperless trade facilitation in Thailand, not only as an academic, as I am, but also in some certain part, I have been helping to develop to do policy formulation, planning, architecting, and technical recommendations. That is, I would say, one of the major challenges. The major challenges in implementing our national digital trade facilitation system are not only in technical issues, but much more rooted on institutional and structural issues. Which most of the cases took us many, many years to deal with. And this is issue still persisting. And I could say that this could not be underestimated at all. I'm talking about the challenge in streamlining and digitalizing end-to-end. I'm talking about end-to-end digital trade procedures among different authorities and business sectors within the country, but also with our trading partner countries. That's what we want. The institutional challenge, this is due to the challenge of the silo of authority. I'm talking about agency jurisdiction, right? Since we have many different government agencies involving in trade facilitation, and because of the differences in interest, priorities, budgeting, and planning, each agency normally implemented its own silo digital processes and system for its own requirements, without thinking much about end-to-end process interoperability with other government agency and also with the business sectors. Okay, to give some example from Thailand's journey, this is quite a long time journey. Because of this challenging issue, as I mentioned, Thailand spent more than 20 years when we start talking about electronic national single window, sometime in actually starting 2000, 2005. In order to gradually modernize and streamline our custom procedures, okay, in which we have several sub-procedures inside custom department, and many in-country end-to-end trade processes among all 35 government agencies involving in border procedures. And even that, we still continue working on improving our legal issues, more on data harmonizations of more documents and and better digital process connectivity. For example, we are now working towards implementing single submission and digitalizing small B2B, B2G, G2G features within the country. Structurally, political will, our political will has turned into the national policy framework and integrated whole government long-term action plans, a strong and ongoing interagency. I mean, this is public and private collaborative mechanism. And some of these have helped us resolving many issues that I mentioned, like trade integration on procedure, data harmonization, data standardization, mutual recognition to achieve this our goal. So these critical factors are also necessary. I mean, this is at the national level. This is also necessary to drive cross-border paperless among ASEAN members. So for example, through the ASEAN Single Window Agreement and Intercommunity Thailand Exchange, e-certificate of origins, and e-phytosanitary certificates among cross-border with our 9 ASEAN member states, and also done with some pilot project with, bilaterally with Japan, Korea, and China. So participating with the, also with the IPVC e-phyto hub for cross-border e-phyto exchange with Sri Lanka and Japan. Hopefully we could do it with India in the future. So the lesson learned and my recommendation for the APAC region, really speaking, so at the national level, each country need to turn our national political will into long-term committed routine management so that our interagency collaborative platform could drive this initiative. So and at the regional and global level, the country need something similar, but maybe at the other level to engage and work collaboratively with interagency platform, especially for the CPTA, is one of such a platform. So in short, I think one of the critical success factors, perhaps in one word, that is collaboration, collaboration and collaboration, meeting and meeting.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kerathon. Really appreciate your intervention. We'll try to come back to you. But Mr. Singhal, any sort of points you would like to share at this stage, or we have a couple of other speakers to also go to, but any sort of observations you have on the panel would be happy to hear that also. Yeah.
What Omnuk just said was about 2 things, I believe. And 2 are the most opposite things in this world. One is that every department works in silos. So I think the same was the case was in Thailand. And the opposite thing is the collaboration of those departments will further lead to cross-border collaborations as well as creating efficient mechanism to interact with trade as well as the trade interaction with the government, I believe. So I believe this is one of the key aspects that India can also learn. And with respect to Thailand, there is one more very important thing that Thailand has done, which we haven't, is with respect to the an e-commerce hub that you have created, I believe. There is an e-commerce hub which easily lets you import and export of goods and which creates a customs-free mechanism for import and export of e-commerce goods. So there's something that we can learn from Thailand here, I believe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singhal. We'll come to Mr. Afaq Hussain, who is the Director for Bureau of Research on Industry and Economic Fundamentals, acronym as BRIEF. So BRIEF has been doing a lot of policy research, right? And, you've emphasized on the importance of digital trade, digital connectivity, building the digital infrastructure, and modernization of supply chain, etc. So from your research, we can share some of the sort of barriers which prevent the adoption of paperless trade among developing economies and sort of what we can do to solve for those barriers.
Thank you, ICRIER, for inviting me to this session. I think Dr. Jan mentioned about a lot of indexes and a lot of things. I think we need one way or one innovation to find. First, systems are in place, but papers are also being used. That kind of a study we need to first come out with, where we know that, okay, there is a system in place, but still hard copies are getting used. So that's we work in a very theoretical manner. We have got this system for this clearance, that system for that clearance, but there is always a parallel hard copy which is moving somewhere in the chain. And so that's where we need to work on, and that's where I'm going to talk about what is it that is hampering and that is stopping us from moving in that direction. While we have most of the systems, India has made a lot of progress in the last 10-15 years in terms of coming up with international standards, coming up with new systems, paperless and all. But why are we not adopting it? Three key reasons that I see. One being there are a number of stakeholders who are involved in it, and they're all complex. Each stakeholder has its own definition of each timestamp or each approval. They have all their own definitions, and which just creates, if I may use the word, mess for clearing our imports and exports. The second one is, which most of us know and a lot of us have talked about, is the systems are not talking to each other. They don't talk to each other. Customs doesn't talk to terminal operator doesn't talk to a CFS operator. So nobody is talking to each other. We're all working in silos. Shipping line has their own system that has an international standard, and Indian standards are not as good as international standards. So we cannot connect with them officially. So everything falls apart. The third one is the capacity building. While talking to a few stakeholders on the ground, and when we tell them that why are we not using a particular system, they say that it's, if I'm able to do 10 clearances, by clearance I don't specifically not pointing to customs specifically, but just for the convenience I'm using that word clearances. If through hard copies I'm able to do 20 in an hour, if I have to do it in a system, I'll be able to do only 10 in an hour. Which gets us to the capacity building part, which is also a transition in the country which has happened, the digital transformation. We believe that we have made the system, we do initial hand-holding, then we stop it. I think that continuity in terms of hand-holding needs to be there. The other point is on the maturity of stakeholders. Our representative from customs initially mentioned very rightly that is digitization helping MSMEs, or are they falling apart? I think that's also an important point. An MSME somewhere in Jharkhand or in any tribal area, are they capable enough to get into the paperless regime? What is it that is going to happen in that? I think that's another important. We need to look at the maturity level of the stakeholders, whether it is the traders, whether it is the custom clearing agents, where everything is not happening through airports, everything is not happening through seaports. Look, we go to the land borders, which are in the remotest parts of the country. There are stakeholders. How are they managing that? The information technology literacy part, the access to internet, first of all. Even our customs, there were still certain locations where electronic data interchange happened late because of the technology issues. So I think those are the practical things. I mean, we need to first look inwards and see, why are we still using hard copy? If there is a system available, why am I using hard copy? If I have e-Sanchit should be my answer to all the hard copies. So we need to, I think, as I mentioned earlier also, we need to do some deep dive into that. If we are able to address that, I think a lot of problems for digitization will get solved. Now, coming to the cross-country collaborations, I mean, if you have to do we already have, I mean, very recently, Government of India has come up with India-UAE virtual trade corridor. That is going to look at the harmonization, the paperless trade between India and UAE. So could that be a model that can be replicated with other countries initially bilaterally? Because it's easier. The reason we could do it with UAE, because we have a free trade agreement, the REST regulation, less tariff complexities. So we could do it that ways. And could that be a model? It's just in the initial phase, we just signed it. Could that be a model? I would stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hussain. And we have one more speaker with us, and I think we have around 5 minutes or 10. Okay, so that's 5 minutes. So, Mr. Prashant Seth, sir, I'd like to come to you, Deputy Director General, with the Federation of Indian Export Organizations, FEIO. Sir, it's a pleasure to host you. So, of course, FEIO, I'm sure everybody knows, plays a very important role in sort of representing and driving exporters' interest. And, you've done a lot of work on simplification, ease of doing business, improving logistics processes, clearance processes, etc. And of course, you've advocated for digital adoption. So, sir, from an exporter's point of view, how important do you see the value of paperless trade in terms of reducing the cost, improving the efficiency, and sort of also reducing the time required? And I think more importantly, how do you also improve competitiveness through digital paperless trade? So, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Gazim, and thank you, ICRIER, for inviting me. And first of all, thank you for giving those 5 minutes, because the trade always gets 5 minutes. So that is the main issue that is we are facing everywhere. You see, when we talk like exports, paperless trade, it's all sounds very good and everybody is for it. Who will say that I'm not for it? Everybody will say that we are the user segment. Actually, the whole exercise, the whole discussion surrounds around us, because we represent the export-import community of India. We know that exports is a complex process. We are trying to simplify it. There are multiple stakeholders, from the clearance by the customs till the time we receive the payments from the bank, and we need to comply with everyone. Customs indeed has done a wonderful job over the years, and we compliment them for initiatives that they have taken in terms of clearance, in terms of direct port entry, direct port delivery. But the point is, customs is definitely the most critical infrastructure digital asset that we have in the country for export imports. But to smoothen the whole process, everybody should be falling in line, actually, including the exporters, importers. Customs is working 24/7, shipping line is not working 24/7, then what happens? You see, and the role of industry associations are equally important, because if customs is introduced Turant, industry association is responsible for creating awareness for that. And finally, it is for the MSME to adopt those measures and implement them on the ground. So first thing is this, I would say that in India, all regulatory agencies are sensitive to paperless, digital, and other things. But what we are observing that different platforms are coming. ULEP is coming. They are trying to do something. Single unified platform. National Marine Portal, NLP Marine is coming by the Ministry of Shipping. So, but we from the exporter community feel that customs should be the nucleus of any kind of systems, because every other systems can just latch on, because they contribute to the major part of exercise from the time of entry of a ship to India, that is customs, until the time the ship goes out of India, that is also customs. So ultimately, that is point number one. And we talked about various export sector doesn't like one thing, that is uncertainty, actually. That is really quite disturbing for us. We have talked about various schemes like Export Promotion Mission Scheme or Bharat Trade Net. But you see that till now we have not heard about it, and all the export promotion efforts are now being on self-owned basis by exporter. So we are continuously pursuing that Bharat Trade Net or Export Promotion Mission Scheme should be launched as soon as possible. Then coming to the cross-border, we know that the biggest facilitation that could be in terms of a product texted once accepted globally. Because right now, if we look at our export profile, what is our export profile? Top 700 tariff lines at 8-digit contribute roughly at 75-80% of our exports profile. We are not much into the value-added segment and majorly into the commodity. When we are into the commodities, we are drastically hit by any supply chain disruption in terms of freight or any kind of thing. While the government is trying to push through various PLI and other to the value-added segment, but definitely we need to realize that it is very important that the operational cost of exporters should come down. And I believe the whole objective of such exercises is to bring transparency, bring down the operational cost. Because what the beautiful thing in digital infrastructure is that we can divide the whole process into different steps, and we know that which person has taken which time. Customs has developed the SWIFT, but right now PGAs, different partner government agencies which are on board, and ultimately they need to give the clearance. They are still some on the manual mode. So that is very important because they need to onboard. Ultimately, everything boils down to the customs, but they are already contributing. The dwell time in exports from the customs has drastically come down for everything. But secondly, the initiatives which are sustainable and which we see should see the light of the day are initiatives like EBL. Sir mentioned about the EBL, but EBL in India is only operational where the bank is not involved, right? Where the payments are involved, Indian banks are not accustomed to EBL, that is through the blockchain. Now, we can imagine the sustainable lakhs of bill of lading are being issued and that paper is saved, the time is saved, where the cargo reaches early, then the documents, and you need to incur damage and detention, that is saved. And cases like lost BL, where we need to file 100%, 50% of the value of the goods, exporter will save on that also. So I think definitely such deliberations help out, but definitely what from the practical side of exporters, we feel that any kind of a survey or academic or other things should ultimately translate into its realization, and the benefit is bringing value to the whole exporters. If we are going for a global survey or anything, whether we have consulted the regulators, because the role of private agencies and exporters are also important. And you should come down to us also. We can reach out to our members because academic side is part one and the real side is part two. And we are trying to, what our effort is to reduce the gap between these two. That is the whole objective of these exercises. And I think from the Federation, we are always keen and supportive to such ideas. And we shall be happy to do any kind of measures. As a responsible industry association, because we cannot define reduce the responsibility of industry associations. They are equally responsible for digitization and facilitation. We have created certain digital infrastructures like the Indian Trade Portal, where we have tariff and FTA comparison data of 90 plus countries. And that is one-stop solution where you can do the costing, exporter can do that. And that has over 10 million hits already done. Similarly, we are trying to bridge the gap for the e-commerce exporters through another portal and also through other measures and other MOUs that we are signing to help in terms of trade financing, factoring, or digital payment solutions. E-commerce, sir said, our Deputy Commissioner, that it is to be paperless. Definitely, sir, that is the first thing for the e-commerce. It has to be e. And because right now, if we look at the whole system, the whole digital infrastructure and policy have been aligned for the B2B segment. Now, everybody is contributing their bit to shift it to the B2C segment because that is equally important. Recently, RBI has also allowed for the self-reconciliation for shipments below 10 lakhs. We have introduction of Black Niryat Kendra that will be definitely be helping the ODOP initiatives because now exporters can file the online postal bill of entry and hand over the goods to the post office because where the good big express cargo industry cannot penetrate, then that could be done. Even the express industry can also collaborate with the DNK and Indian Post too, because the express, we feel that exporters that tracking and other things is a big issue. So there's a length of things that we can discuss, but definitely I welcome this initiative of organizing this, and hopefully it will turn out something very fruitful for the exporters in times to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. I think we'll have to end this now. So thank you all to all the panelists and presenters. It's a pleasure to be part of this discussion. And yeah, I think we'll sort of get up for a photo. Thank you. You said the group photo. Yes, sir.
I would like to thank the panelists, the moderator, and the presenters for an enriching panel. As we conclude the day, I would like to thank all of you here for making day one a success. And now I would like to invite Mr. Amit Misra, CEO, MSL South Asia, to deliver the closing remarks. Thank you. If the audience would kindly settle, and we will have the closing remarks now.
Sorry, this will this is the toughest part of the day, so let's keep it short and sweet. I just wanted to very briefly summarize some of the interesting conversations today. But before that, just getting some technicalities out of the way, which are very important in their own right. A big thank you to UNESCAP, ICRIER, of course, and for organizing this very insightful summit, and DPIIT, Startup India, for the invaluable support, to Amazon itself, EICI for being knowledge partners, along with my organization, which is MSL. I will only take 2 minutes. I promise you that much. Over the course of the day, we had some very powerful insights. Of course, a lot of the notes have been compiled by my team. I did not have the privilege of being here for the whole day, but I'm just trying to put in some parts. And of course, especially the last panel, which was also very interesting. We had policymakers, business leaders representing India, of course. We are in a way a host country because we had very distinguished panelists from Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Cambodia, Australia, and of course, Thailand. Reaffirming that the future of digital trade in Asia Pacific has to be built on trade, interoperability, and shared prosperity. The inaugural session by Mr. Pramod Bhasin, Shri Pramod Bhasin, Chairman ICRIER, and Mr. Tanaka, Director UNESCAP, set the tone. And the tone was all around collaboration. And of course, I would use the word creative collaboration because there are still a lot of issues in terms of coming together as a cohesive ecosystem, but that needs creativity, is what we feel that this forums like these need to foster. There were very inspiring addresses from Mr. Shekhar, Aiyar, His Excellency Mrs. Chea, Ratha, and of course, Shri Sasmit Patra. Net, I think what we were looking at is that there were few interesting trends that have emerged. Digital empowerment must mean meaningful participation, going beyond the academics. Policy alignment and digital trust is a given, right? But it has to be earned. It can't be something that is just said and delivered. Private-public partnerships are crucial. That goes without saying. But I think the key aspects is also getting energy into the ecosystem from what is coming up, and empowering MMSCs is one good part. But when you look at one constituency, which is women, I think it adds such a huge dimension, right? Coming on a day which is just celebrating India's first World Cup victory, it's just incredible to see the energy that one constituency can bring, but just by dimensionalizing it in an interesting way. So really felt that the women's empowerment and entrepreneurship ecosystem that can be kind of fostered by this larger process should be a call out. and should be a call out in the days ahead. Enabling seller growth is again a huge part of it, because that's where entrepreneurship is at the heart, and leveraging platforms like Amazon is crucial to enhancing that access. So more and more stakeholders, new people bring energy to the system, right? Just like we were talking about women bringing another dimension, so can this constituency. We really feel very strongly that these two constituencies can also foster collaboration. They can energize the system. Otherwise, we also see that a lot of the discussions tend to be around very technical terminologies. We have to take it, make it simpler so that there's greater understanding of the benefit to the last mile. And that becomes very crucial in the overall scheme of things. And of course, I'm talking from a communications lens to a large extent as well, because that's what is our calling card as MSL. We feel that the launch of the ICRIER-RIS joint study report will be a landmark report, because it will allow us to benchmark best practices, foster it across the ecosystem, across India, across Asia Pacific, and will help us in getting a clear roadmap, or at least a decent roadmap in terms of what we can achieve together. So net-net, if I come back to what we and us as a team felt, three things came out: ease, efficiency, and entrepreneurship. If we look at it, just being a bit non-technical, at the risk of oversimplifying it, ease allows access to the last mile beneficiary. Efficiency allows adoption across the entire ecosystem at a faster pace that you like, or that we would like. And entrepreneurship, a small part, but a very growing part, but the most energizing part, to be very honest, because that leads to growth. And that also leads to what we feel is shared success, because everybody likes to believe in success stories. And the more success stories we create out of entrepreneurship, the more growth we will create in the larger ecosystem. So that's it from us. Wishing that the same energy and the level of discussions continue tomorrow. And thank you once again to ICRIER and everybody there, all the valuable partners inside, all the dignitaries. Has been just wonderful. We need a lot more. Just one last, but a personal request is, again, coming from a communications lens, a lot of wonderful conversations get captured and then they get transacted in a captive audience. I'm sure all of us have a significant amount of social media presence, particularly on LinkedIn. Please do go and use the hashtags. So let there be a larger amplification of such deep discussions for at least some part of the larger stakeholder system that we are a part of. So thank you so much, and a very good evening.